want to do, well, I guess we'll ask questions about their home and everything, and after that, I want to grab that book so she can join.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we start out with questions about your home,
Well, I mean, the first question is just that.
Okay.
Where we're
Yeah.
in.
Okay. Okay.
Is he going to tell us when he's ready? Or
Yeah.
Have y'all done any other interviews or other history stuff?
We did once with the Avalanche Journal on the anniversary of the 20th year, I guess, after.
Yeah, they did a big thing back in 2005.
And somewhere
Very
along.
big, like
He was the one that was interviewed. Mhm.
And Mike had told me some of your stories, so I was wondering if anyone else had interviewed you.
Mhm.
Go for the mic check. We're ready.
Ask him. I'm not here.
Are you ready? Did they get their minds checked? I don't know.
Ask him.
Hey, you guys need the mic check? Yes.
Count to two for us, sir.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Okay.
10.
Ma'am?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Get that?
Good. Okay.
Okay, you ready? You good? Yeah. Yeah, we're ready.
Okay. If y'all can both start off by saying and spelling your name for us, please.
Spelling it.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Mary Julia Aguilar, MaryJulia Aguilar.
Marcelo Aguilar, Marcelo Aguilar.
And where were y'all when the tornado first hit?
We were coming in from out of town, and when we saw the storm so bad, we had to park against some buildings because the wind, the rain, and the hail were coming down. And every time the lightning was hitting and striking, the clouds were like green pea soup, real ugly, greenish. And it was so fierce that as we crossed the tracks on Avenue A, things start flying and they hit our car and did break a window. We had our 6 children with us in our station wagon, and I made sure that they all huddled together and not touched any of the car in case of lightning struck. So he parked alongside one of the warehouses on 19th Street to ride out the storm.
Can you describe what it sounded like?
It was extremely loud and rumbly, very, very loud. Because of the rain, it was just pounding us. And we were so frightened, we didn't know what to do. And I remember just praying so much to protect us from whatever was happening. But we had been hearing on the radio that a storm, possibly a tornado, was heading towards Idalou and that area. So we were confident that we would be okay, but we weren't.
Even so, at that distance when we were coming in, you could see the clouds coming, moving in toward Lubbock, somewhere like 1585 from the distance. We could see it, and he says, well, we're going to hit that storm. And sure enough, we did. she mentioned we cross the tracks and we park along the warehouses that used to be First warehouses on Avenue A. And sort of kind of ride out a little bit of that storm. But it seems to me like the longer I sat there, the harder the wind blew and more debris would be flying. When we left there, heading north on Avenue A, the street north of 19th Street, it seems to me like there was a telephone pole or something like that crossing the street. It wouldn't let us go through. And so I looked toward the west, and it also didn't look too good that way. I couldn't see much because the lights were already out there. I guess electrical wires were knocked down or whatever. So I turned to my right, going down east on 19th Street. And then we caught up with what is now Martin Luther King Boulevard. So I turned north into 4th Street. Got to 4th Street, then turned west again. But there was no lights nowhere hardly, just the lights of the car. When I got through there, I had to really slow down because there was a lot of debris on the 4th Street. So we made it as far as dodging all them boards and what have you on the 4th Street. We got to Avenue H, which is Holly Avenue now. And we turned north again toward our home. Brooks Supermarket used to be a very famous grocery store. And that's about as far as I could get through there. So I just pulled in front of the building. And every time the lightning would strike, you could see down Avenue H, there was a lot of cars, and I don't know whether there was anybody in them or not. There was one trailer. Just kind of blocking the road. It laid it down. I don't know where it came from or anything. I don't remember seeing the tractor, but I remember seeing the trailer. I believe Kimball grocery stores used to be right there on the corner of 2nd and H. It might have been one of their trailers. Anyway, after the rain stopped and everything kind of calmed down, I got out of the car and holler at the people in Brooks Supermarket. And somebody hollered back at me, and I asked him, I says, hey, can I borrow or buy a flashlight? I need to get home. And the man hollered back at him and says, sure. Is everybody okay, you know? And they all hollered, yeah, they were okay. The roof fell down, came down. He says, everybody was okay. It did give me the flashlight. So I started walking down 2nd Street all the way down to Avenue J? And there I turned north. In the meanwhile, behind Brooks, there's a lot of housings in that area. You could hear the people screaming, crying, whatever, and I had to dodge the electrical wires that were on the street because some of them were still sparkling. And I definitely didn't want to step on one of them. So anyway, I made it on down and Avenue J, a little ways north, and then back on 2nd Street. And as far as I could see with my flashlight was that, I mean, there's just tore down houses, debris all over. And when I got to Avenue L, right close to my house, I went inside and checked and see if there was anybody in there. And because my dad usually came over and checked the house when we were gone. And that particular day, he was there. And I went inside, well, sort of inside because there was not much of a house left. Kind of looked under the debris that was inside my house and check it out, and there was only one room standing in that house. So I didn't find anything, so I went out the kitchen door. There used to be a kitchen door. And my garage was flattened down. I went that way and checked it out. There was nothing there. So on my way back, I was going to go and pick them up. I saw something on the driveway, and it was my dad. He was just laying there in the driveway, and I guess had noticed had a piece of 1x4, I think it was, stuck in one of his arms. And so I went back inside the house and got the room that was still standing, and got a bed sheet out of there and covered him up with it, and just sat there the rest of the night.
In the meantime that he left, we were parked at the Brooks parking lot, and we could hear the moaning and crying and even some screaming from the, and of course it was still raining and lightning real bad. And a gentleman that we knew came by the car and told us that there was a body in the driveway of my house. He said, there's nothing left on Avenue L, everything's gone. So my children said, Grandpa. I said, maybe, maybe not, I don't know. We have to wait until Daddy comes back. So we stood there, we stayed there for a long time, it seemed. And then we start seeing a city crews coming by, like the gas company went by and the electrical companies went by. And way late, it was probably around 2 o'clock or so, we saw a hearse, and they were picking up bodies from the neighborhood. And I'm sure that Grandpa was in there too. So he stayed at the house. His brother was working for the power light, and he came to check on us. And in the meantime, he called his family, and his sons came and took us to their house, which is on 3rd Street past University. But we went through all that mess. We went through the 2nd Street all the way through until we got to his house. And it was just horrible. Everything we saw was just debris, and houses completely gone. The neighbor across the street from us, it was just the foundation. And in our house, the walls were standing on some of the rooms. The kitchen and dining area was completely gone. And our bedroom was standing up with the 4 walls covered in the chitrock, but it didn't have any boards on the outside and no roof whatsoever. Of course, the garage was completely gone. We found the roof in the Arroyo area later. And that's what we experienced that night. And even so, we went to the brother-in-law's house and we stayed there with our children. We could hear all night long the sirens and people of emergency going around. And of course, the next day that we got up, it was much worse than we had seen during the night, because every light was off. The only lights we had were the cars and emergency vehicles that were around.
Will you go ahead and show us the picture?
This was our house once upon a time. And that little tree in front was where my children used to play with the mailman when he took his lunch break. And I recognize this house anywhere because it was our first home, and we had our 6 children there, and it meant everything to us.
What was your children's main response?
They didn't say much. When we came back in the daytime to see what we could salvage and what have you, my children would run into their rooms and, of course, over pieces of tin and lumber and what have you. One of them found a little pop gun, and it sounded like when you put little those popping sound things, but it didn't have it. It just popped, and it was broken. He said, "Mommy, my gun." And then my daughter found a little doggy radio that were very popular back then. There were stuffed animals with a radio in it, and she found it, and it was completely ruined. But all their toys were ruined. That's what that mattered to them. You know, it didn't matter that the beds were all bent and out of shape or anything. And I had made a blanket for one of my sons, and it was hanging on the electrical pole. My blanket, well, we can't get it. It was just there. But that's about it. They didn't comment too much, you know, being small, I guess. They had mommy and daddy, and that's all that matters to them.
What kind of actions did you see responders taking?
From where I was parked, all I saw was the gas companies go by, the trucks. So I'm assuming they were turning off gas. And then the electrical units, I guess they were trying to stop the electricity from shocking anybody. That's what I saw. And of course ambulances, but not so many ambulances as the emergency vehicles. And then of course the hearses.
In the weeks and months following the tornado, were you involved in cleaning up and rebuilding the city?
Oh, not really. We didn't have any place to live, and it was so fortunate that the HUD homes were vacant on East Lubbock. So they offered us homes out there, and we lived there for, well, we ourselves lived through 2 years until we came back to rebuild our home now that we live in. But we had to sell our lots because a new regulation had come in that the lots had to be a certain footage, and ours was lacking some of it. So we sold that, and we bought another one and rebuilt our house.
What were some of the things that you saw that shocked you the most?
There wasn't much to see because, like I said, you know, there was no lights, just the cars. That night, in the morning, I had an old barrel there at the house that started a fire. It's kind of chilly out there, so I started a fire there, keep warm, because I stayed there all night with my dad. They picked him up right before sun up. And my brother came by long before that. He came by around 2 o'clock in the morning. And he said he was going somewhere after he seen what happened. He said he was going to go get his wife. And he did. He went and got his wife. How did he got over to 3rd Street? I don't remember. Because at the time he was working there on, I believe, Avenue K and 5th Street. And he was hit pretty hard in that area also. He walked from there to my house. And later my wife and my nephew came by, and my sister-in-law was in her car, and my nephew was driving mine. And he was just dodging debris, telephone poles, boards, whatever it was out on the streets. How did they get back to their house? I don't know. So I stayed in my place. And then, but right after sundown, after they picked up my dad and all that, there were some young men, looked like they were tech students, or I don't know who they were. They were out looking for if there were any bodies or anybody trapped or anything, like any sellers to be looking for. And I saw about 5 or 6 young men out there doing that in that area.
Well, in the days that followed, we would be at our house trying to get out whatever we could. But we did have the Red Cross come by with food and drinks. We had individual people come in their cars and bring us sandwiches and drinks also. So that was very comforting to know that the community was behind us. And of course, we were restricted in the area. If we lived there, we could go in, otherwise we couldn't. So in the months that followed, we lived in East Lubbock. the children were still enrolled in the school. The school didn't sustain that much damage, so we had to bring them. And every time we brought those children to school, it was heartbreaking because our little world had collapsed. The whole barrio was gone, it seemed. Very few homes were left. So I cried a lot. Cried and cried all the time. And of course, for the loss of my father-in-law. We could rebuild, but we couldn't bring him back. And to me, that was the most shocking thing. And all the people of the barrio that died, there were quite a few. You know, you couldn't bring them back. You could rebuild. But it was a complete devastation there. It was just splintered wood and everything that goes into a house to build. It was just strewn all over the place. And appliances, TVs, everything. It was just horrible. And of course, that night I'll never forget, because I still have it in my memory of the clouds rolling and the greenish and the howling that went with it. So I hope I never have to see another one like that.
Anytime there's any disaster anywhere, it brings me back a lot of memories. Like when Katrina hit Houston area, wherever it was.
Our heart hurts for them because we went through it.
How did the tornado experience change you personally?
It changed me personally that you can't take life for granted. Every day is precious, and to help your fellow brother in any circumstances that they find themselves. Because in an instant, everything is gone, and we can't have any control over Mother Nature. And that changed me to be more aware of feelings and all that.
How do you think the tornado changed the city of Lubbock?
Well, in my neighborhood, there was a lot of little houses, old houses. I don't know what year they were built. A lot of them were, well, like they never been painted. The lots were anywhere from 35, 45 foot wide by 125 foot long, I believe. Ours was 45. There was not much room, just a little house. A lot of those, well, most of those houses were torn down somewhere or another, cleared out. And you can see now the difference in El Barrio. The houses are bigger, the lots are bigger. They are, well, I guess they'll be more comfortable or whatever. But the barrio is looking a whole lot better now than what it used to look like. Because they, like I said, a lot of them houses were all just small houses, just little 4-room houses. And a lot of them were add-ons to the back or whatever. My dad's house was at the corner of Baylor and Avenue M. It was just a little 4-room house with we added a bathroom to it. That was about it. And now you go up there and look at it, and it's a whole different house. The lots are bigger. I couldn't build back on my own old lot because it was just a 45-footer. I had to wait nearly a year and a half before they could clear some more property where I could move to. And that's when I did, and I built a new house there.
Yeah, the city changed a lot too, because all that was between Broadway and 4th Street, a lot of the little houses were destroyed, and they built the Civic Center, and it was it's a nice improvement, which I love because I go to the Civic Center quite a bit for different functions, and everything changed it, and it was for the better. It was pretty.
That's all.
I just wanted to hear a little bit more about the night of the tornado. You know, father, I mean, what was going through your mind? And did people come by and talk to you? Or I'm assuming people were out in the neighborhood or the whole night was active.
Well, exactly as I remember, there were some people walking by and asking, did anybody get hurt? No, I said, first I says, just my dad, here. We were out of town. I was just coming in. And my brother and my sister, they lived down Avenue M, close to Baylor Avenue. And my brother-in-law, he has a cellar. My brother and his wife and my mom, he kind of helped my mom especially get to the cellar. It seems to me like the way he described, it was the first, I guess the first tornado went by, and that's when he cleared up a little bit, and then he went to the cellar. And then he said he felt like there was a second one that came by after that first one. He felt like it. But he couldn't tell because, like he said, it was so dark and no lights, no nothing. And he had to be real careful where he was stepping in because, in a hurry he was, but he had to be careful because there was a lot of debris already in the street. But as far as the next day after that, they picked up all the bodies they could find, and the people, neighbors and everybody else around, we were all trying to pick up try to salvage what we had. And like she said that Parkway opened up them houses, but that was about a week after the tornado hit. In the meantime, we stayed at
A relative's house.
a relative's house. They said we're not in the.
Where were you when the tornado hit?
Well, I was on the air at KFYO, which was located right across the street from City Hall then, not the new City Hall, at 914 Avenue J. My shift started at 6 p.m. and ran until midnight. And I was on the air just playing records and giving weather forecasts, mainly, up until the tornado hit. There's been a lot of conjecture as to whether or not there were enough weather warnings issued by the Weather Bureau at the Lubbock Municipal Airport. That's where it was at that time. But when I relieved the man that I relieved at 6 o'clock, he told me that we had had severe weather warnings that had been issued as of 3:15 that afternoon. So we were repeating all of those severe weather warnings, and there had been some tornadoes reported, not on the ground, but seen in the air down around Slayton and Southland, Texas, as early as 3:15 that same afternoon. And so we were just basically doing our normal music show and interrupting it about every 20 or 30 minutes with a weather update. We just called it a weather update. And so the tornado, I think, actually hit about 9:41 in the p.m. But we had had plenty of warnings issued by the National Weather Service office out at Lubbock Municipal Airport up until that time. However, the last transmission that I had on my Associated Press wire, which came direct from the airport and the National Weather Service office, it came in around 9:30, and we had actually lost power due to the storm. and that transmission said baseball-size hail in McKenzie State Park, which was actually about 10 blocks from where we were sitting. So we knew there was a big storm in our area, and we knew it was pretty soon going to be in the downtown Lubbock area. Now, I had a friend that was out at the Jockey Club, which was a racetrack and nightclub out about 8 miles south of Lubbock, out behind, it was actually east of the Strip. And he called me about 25 minutes before the big storm hit downtown. And he called me on our listener line, and he said, I know you've lived here all your life, as have I. His name was Doyle White. And he said, I want to know, have you ever seen hailstones as big as baseballs any time during your lifetime in Lubbock, Texas? And I said, no, I have not. And he said, well, a storm moved through here and it was headed west about 20 minutes ago. And he said, there isn't a window pane left in this building. There isn't a windshield left in any car in the parking lot. And I have 3 baseball-sized hailstones that I'm going to put in a plastic bag. And if you'll open up the front door at the radio station, I'm going to hand deliver these baseball-sized hailstones to you. And of course, at that time, it was doing nothing but sprinkling in downtown Lubbock. So I said, well, come on, the front door's open anyway. So he got there about 5 minutes before the actual tornado got into the downtown Lubbock area. And we were examining those hailstones just to look at them. And he was trying to prove to me that it actually did happen out at the Jockey Club. Well, during this time, a guy called from KRLD in Dallas, Texas. His name was Bob White. And he called on the listener line, and he told me who he was. And he said, I noticed that you're having some severe weather in your area tonight, and I wonder if you would do me a beeper report so I could play it on KRLD in Dallas. They were a 50,000-watt radio station. And I said, I don't have time because there's quite a bit happening right now downtown. I said, there's a guy just walked in with 3 baseball-sized hailstones. They did not fall in our area, but they fell 8 miles due south of here. And I said, I'm too busy to do a beeper phone report right now because I've got to report on this current storm. And he said, well, that's okay, but he said, leave me, if you would, leave this line open so I can talk to you intermittently between your playing records, and I can hear your weather forecast and update just to alert the people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area that might have relatives in the Lubbock area. Well, as it turned out, we lost outgoing phone service when the storm hit, but it did not ever disconnect the line from Dallas, and people could call into the radio station, but we could not call out. So when it actually got over the downtown Lubbock area, the vortex of the tornado did not hit exactly where we were. It hit over around 4th and Avenue Q, because the biggest building that sustained the most damage was the Fields and Company Living Center on about 5th and Avenue Q. And it got all of the windows out of what is now the Wells Fargo building. It was the First National Bank building then. And it got all of the windows out of that building, which is 15 stories tall. And it got all of the windows, or most of the windows, out of the Great Plains Life building, which was 20 stories tall. And so that's really about as far as it got into the downtown Lubbock area, because This storm, earlier in the afternoon, apparently the tornadoes that originated over at Slayton, Post, and Southland, they wound up over around Levelland. And they coupled with another one that was moving into the city from the west, and it made one big tornado, and it came right down 4th Street from west to east. And it did get Jones Stadium. It got all of the light standards. All of those big tall lights at Jones Stadium were on the ground. But when the tornado got to 4th and Avenue Q, it got the Living Center at 5th and Avenue Q. But it took a hard left and went out over that overpass over the Guadalupe Neighborhood District and went on out by the airport. Now, it did overturn some light aircraft. There were some Piper Cubs and things like that. It did turn them up on their side, and then the tornado lifted back up into the clouds. But the actual tornado in our area, downtown at 914 Avenue J, it was over with in 3 minutes. Of course, we had the heavy hail, heavy rain 10 minutes before the storm, and then after the storm, we had about 25-30 minutes of nothing but heavy, heavy rain. And we did not actually know that it was a tornado at the time. As a matter of fact, our bosses had instructed us on severe weather information never to call it a tornado unless the weather copy said that the National Weather Service said that we had had a tornado. So in that Defense Department film that was shot a year later, which I'm sure you have viewed, I said a massive storm has just struck the downtown Lubbock area. Everyone is advised to take cover, because I did not know how big of an area we were even talking about, because I was in a building. I could go outside in between records and look at the electrical lines that were down in the gutter that were sparkling all the way from the radio station to 19th Street, and knew we didn't have any power. There was one car that was up on a podium at Lubbock Auto. They had, you've seen these car lots that have these perches where they put the special of the week. Well, the special of the week was lying on its side. So I knew it was more than just a strong storm, but I was not allowed to say that. So I didn't really know it was a tornado until about an hour and a half later, about 11 o'clock at night.
Will you talk a little bit about, I've been really interested in reading some of the firsthand accounts from people that were working for KFYO that night.
Mm-hmm.
A book of firsthand accounts that I read, and somebody, I don't know if it was Bob Nash or who wrote up sort of the chronology of events that happened, but will you talk a little bit about what was going on in the radio station and the communications between the KFYO and what was going on in the EOC, and sort of at what point, I know that y'all at some point decided to cut all commercial broadcasting.
That's right. And that was a decision that I made. And KFYO is actually the only FCC authorized station to have those emergency broadcasts and to change their power up to a higher power. And but when you do that, you have to stop all commercial broadcasts, because then you're becoming a public service radio station. So I just called the transmitter, because the phone, even though we could not call out, we had a 5-line phone, and people were calling in saying, you know, I live in, let's say, Abilene, and my sister lives in Lubbock at a certain address, and is there any way you could find out if they're okay? Because the phone service has been disrupted up there tremendously. So we were in a public service mode from about, 10 o'clock, all for 3 days. And we were broadcasting. That means we were on 5,000 watts. And we were normally 1,000 watts at night and 5,000 watts in the daytime, but in that period of national emergency, you can click it up to 5,000. So I just called the guy at the transmitter and I said, click it up because we're getting too many phone calls. And I was there by myself with the guy from the jockey club. I was there by myself with him for nearly an hour. And he was taking calls for me because I couldn't answer the phone fast enough. So then all of the city leaders, and I know you've heard this story, they were all at a cornbread and beans supper put on by the fire department that was an annual event. And it was located pretty close out to that jockey club that had been hit by the big hailstones. Well, as soon as they got some policemen called out there and said, we've had a big storm down here, and y'all need to get back from the bean supper and man the EOC, Emergency Operations Center. So they all come running in about, it was about 10:30, about an hour after the tornado had hit. So then they got the mayor to come across the street, just walk across the street, and he said, I need to use the microphone to tell people that we've had a tornado. Now, there hadn't been any death reported yet. No deaths. As a matter of fact, the first report of the death come in at 12:02, midnight 02. And so he said, I need to use your microphone to warn people and to tell people if they have relatives, that can call in and find out if they're all right, and we'll have a police car go out and check about their whereabouts and see if we can locate them. So I just scooted over and I introduced the mayor of Lubbock, I think it was Jim Granberry at the time, and just let him have the microphone. And he kept the microphone for almost an hour and did what he had to do. And he had made a call to the governor's office in Austin, because if the governor is out of state, and I think Preston Smith was the governor at the time, he was out of the country on a cruise or something. So they said to Jim Granberry, you have the right to activate the National Guard in Lubbock, Texas. So he said, I need to do that on your microphone because you're the only radio station on the air. And we had a temporary power backup that was furnished by the city. A good friend of mine by the name of Bill Payne had arranged for us to get that emergency generator. It was a 10,000 watt and it ran on gasoline. And it was on a trickle charge, which is supposed to keep the battery charged all the time, but the trickle charge wasn't working. So when the guys from the cornbread supper that worked at the radio station got back down there, they actually hand cranked the generator and started it by hand cranking the generator. So we were on full power, and we ran on that generator for about, 24 hours.
Continued to crank it, to keep it going.
To keep it on.
Through the night.
And once we clicked it up to 5,000 at night, there were people hearing us in San Antonio, like it was a regular radio station in San Antonio. I was getting calls from Las Vegas, Nevada, saying, are you a new radio station? No, we're not. We're just in an emergency broadcast mode because we have had a tornado.
So when the tornado did actually come through, I know you explained how where you were wasn't particularly hard hit, but did you yourself take cover? Did you and your friend, I think you said his name was Doyle, did y'all get under the desk or anything?
No, we never did, because it never got that bad right there. Even though the car a block away we could see was turned up on its side, we were in a rather rigid building, and we didn't have, there were a few sand specks from flying debris that hit some windows, but they were those, matter of fact, you've got some blocks sitting right over there that are glass blocks, and that's what our windows consisted of, and they were just pitted by the sand and the glass that had blown around in the downtown area. But the whole thing, from our standpoint where we were, lasted about 3 minutes. And then it moved on out north toward the airport.
And so I've been curious how exactly you handled all of the calls about, how did you go about announcing, who was okay and informing the families? Like, how did that process work?
Well, we were writing it down. And we did have 2 Ampex 350 tape recorders with big reels, and I had them both on slow speed, so I recorded the whole thing for the management of the radio station, because I didn't know who would want to hear what happened maybe before they got there. But I had my friend Doyle White answering the phones, and of course, like I said, within the hour, the other employees, even the ones that worked early morning at the radio station, all came down to the radio station. So they were all manning phones and writing out notes. Mrs. Jones is okay. She's a sister of Sherry White in Abilene, Texas. She's found okay at her residence. So we did that for 3 days. And in the process, the station received a presidential citation from Richard Nixon about a year later for meritorious public service, for performing that public service. And we also won, I and Bob White won the Dallas Press Club Award, because I never hung that phone up. That phone stayed off the hook the whole time.
The one to KRLD?
Yes, to Bob White. And what he did, he was, when he finally figured out it was an actual tornado, he canceled his programming and put me on the air. So we were being heard in about 40 states that knew Lubbock definitely had had a tornado.
So how did, we've had a lot of people talk about how the city was changed and because of the tornado and what happened after, but were there significant changes at the radio station? The way
No.
you did things or
No.
anything at KFYO?
We had a weather plan, and thanks to Bill Payne, the Civil Defense Director of the City of Lubbock, he already had an emergency plan for that type of situation in effect at City Hall with the operation of the Emergency Operations Center. So everything they did went off pretty smoothly. There were a few hitches because the policemen lost their radio service. They had a little 30-foot antenna on top of their building over there, and it blew down. So it was a little bit before the cops had total communication with all the other cops. But as far as the radio station being torn up or hit real bad, that never happened.
Right. And just on a personal note, was your home or anyone you knew seriously affected, injured, or killed by the tornado?
I only lived at that time about 10 blocks from the radio station, and a lady called in from Levelland wanting to know the whereabouts of her sister. And I wrote all of her information down, and I said, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to call this number and find out if my wife and children are okay, because I didn't know how far the storm went. And she said, I'll be glad to do that, and I'll call you back in about 10 minutes. Well, she did, and everybody was fine. 10 blocks away, things were just fine. And this was down around that Altura Towers building, which is now Park Tower at 28th and Avenue Q. And so that's how I found out my wife and children were fine. And of course, we just manned those telephones constantly. Now, I got to leave the building to go check out the actual damage with our news director, who was Max Mott at the time, about midnight. And so we just drove around in about a 1-mile circle of the radio station downtown. And we could see, we were driving over glass, and police cars were having flats like every 5 minutes. And I don't think it was from nails. I think it was from glass, from that 20-story building and the 15-story building that I mentioned earlier.
Was there anything, just let me do one last question, was there anything just particularly shocking that you saw? Everyone always has some sort of...
I didn't see any injured people. There were no lights anywhere. There were no lights on anywhere. And we could see lightning back in the north as it moved to the north and moved up in the clouds. But we saw no injured people whatsoever. Now, we were about 2 blocks from the radio station, and this news director, Mr. Mott, that I was riding with, he said, we seem to be driving over cloth on the pavement. And he said, it's golden cloth. And I said, well, I have no idea what that would be. And he said, he looked up at that 15-story building where the Lubbock Club is. And he said, oh, I see. He said, there's no windows left in that building. And he said, this that we're driving over is the drapes from the Lubbock Club 15 stories up. And so we just continued to drive around there for 10 or 15 minutes, and he had a portable radio in his car that he was calling in reports telling what we were seeing as we were driving along. But as far as seeing anybody injured or anything like that, not at all. Now, there were plenty of police cars in the area. There were plenty of DPS cars in the area. But I saw no injured people at that point. Like I said, the first call came in about 12:02, and it was out on Country Club Drive. Mesa Road, I believe, was the first one.
Well, that was great. I think we're almost out of time, but I would love to hear the rest of your story. I've read a lot of, somebody put together a KFYO scrapbook and gave it to the Public Information Office of the city, and I've read all those firsthand accounts.
Right.
And then I don't know if it was that Dallas award that you were talking about. I thought it was something in Colorado that the radio station was invited to, that somebody wrote up a basic chronology of how y'all handled the tornado. It was really interesting.
Right.
So
That would have been that Dallas Press Club award, and Bob White and I were both named on that, along with the radio station, of course.
right.
And then on the presidential citation that came down from President Nixon came about a year later.
Yeah.
And then the Defense Department came a year later, and that's when they shot that
Twister.
documentary Twister.
Right.
And I'm sure you viewed it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't realize it. I thought they had shot it pretty soon afterwards, but it was a year.
It was 1 year later.
Oh, okay.
But during that night, I parked my car right on the street, right in front of the station, as I always did, but the generator got low on gas, and I was the only one with a full gas tank. So the manager said, look, we're going to siphon your gas, but we're going to pay you back for it. Of course, it was a little cheaper than it is nowadays. And so I said, well, just knock yourself out. Mm-hmm. So they chopped up the water hose, as shown in the documentary film, and they siphoned about, 15 gallons, 16 gallons of gas, but it kept the generator running all night until the power company could get our power back up to normal and on a regular basis. But the first call of the dead person came in at 12:02 a.m. And the policeman that called it in said, I'm not sure what this is. It's just muddy, and it's about 6 foot long, and it looks just like a mud ball. And I'm going to get out of my car and check.
It was a more developed area.
Well, the way the way they got that on the phone, Bob Nash, who was our assistant manager, like I said, everybody that worked there came down there within about an hour.
Right.
But he got on the phone and called Amarillo and said, I will dictate what we know about this tornado. And I don't think they had any pictures. They might have had one picture. I'm not sure. I don't remember that. But Bob Nash called that in, and it took him about 3 hours to dictate that to stenographers over the telephone to the Amarillo Globe News, who was our sister station. In other words, our station was owned by Amarillo Globe News, and also our station was owned by the Lubbock Avalanche Journal.
And that their building was sustained a considerable.
Their building was out of commission because the basement flooded where the press room was.
Okay.
So that's why they called it in. But like I was telling your friend a while ago, the paper got back from Amarillo, and it wasn't very thick. It might have been 10 pages long. But it got back from Amarillo about 7:30 the next morning, just as the sun was coming up.
Yeah.
So we were on the air continuous for 3 days, broadcasting nothing but tornado information on the wellness of the people and the whereabouts of the people, other people's relatives mainly.
Yeah. So in your radio career, is there anything else that compares to that experience?
Haven't had anything else in the radio career compared to that, and I've been in it 54 years in this town this month. So that's something that doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
And we hope that it never happens again.
Right. All right. And I've heard lots of secondhand accounts of your tornado story, but if you'll just start off and tell me where you were when the storm began.
I was at West Texas Hospital that is closed now. And I was leaving the hospital, going to another hospital to see patient around 9:15 p.m. I remember Monday. And it was hailing. And the hail didn't stop me, so I left the hospital, I went to my car, and there were 2 other doctors with me. Dr. Upshaw, he was a gynecologist, and Dr. Malcolm Thomas. They were scared to go to their car. So I brought my car to the emergency room so they can hop in. And I took each one to his car. Dr. Upshaw, his car was dancing because the tornado was there. So he decided to go back to the emergency room. Dr. Malcolm Thomas, he was next to the garage of First National Bank. He went into the garage. I was on 10 and S, 10th Street and S at the corner. That's when I got hit. I looked, the sky got dark, and I thought the lights of the car are off. So I tried to fool around with them, no change. Then I look at the sky, I saw the debris flying everywhere. I had a brand new Lincoln. I said, I'm going to damage my car now. So I turned my face to look back so I can go back. I lost consciousness. I woke up a week later in the hospital, all of a sudden.
And so what did you learn had happened? What did you learn had happened?
What happened?
What had happened to you?
Later on, I found out a 4x4 came flying. One of the debris came through the windshield and hit me in the face. And it took my nose off and damaged the base of the brain. The surgeon, the neurosurgeon, removed spikes of wood from the base of the brain.
And so I'm assuming that was the beginning of many surgeries. So what were sort of the results for you of being injured in the tornado that night?
The results, one, I had to have a new nose. I went to a surgeon in Miami, His name is Ralph Millard. I don't know if he's still in practice. He used to take care, he was recommended to me as the best facial surgeon, plastic surgeon in the world. He made faces for soldiers came from Vietnam when completely damaged. He put nose for them, eyes, ears. So he put the nose for me. I had 15 operations on my face. Every 3 months, I would fly to Florida on Thursday, have surgery on Friday, come home Saturday. And so he put the nose, and the base of the left eye broke down, so I had to, my glasses, I have a prism, cylinder, myopia, all kind of, I see 20/20 very well. I can't breathe through my nose because the base of the skull completely damaged. I breathe through my mouth.
So were you aware whenever you finally woke up and they began to explain to you how you had been injured, were you aware what else had happened to the city? Were you aware of what the tornado had done to?
Yeah, my office was next to the place where completely damaged.
Mm-hmm.
Now it is the civic center, and all these old houses are gone. Yeah.
So who talked to you after you woke up, after that week of being unconscious? Who talked to you and told you what all had happened?
The nurses, the doctor. Yeah.
There at the hospital?
Yeah.
And which hospital again were you at?
Covenant.
Covenant. How long after the tornado, obviously you started practicing medicine again, how long did it take to go back to work?
I was off work. The plastic surgeon told me I couldn't go to work for 6 months. So I left the hospital after 10 days. I had a big bandage on my nose because there was a hole there. And I have a bandage on half of my face was bandaged. I went to work 1 week later. I was not able to drive, so there was a driver from the hospital. He comes and picked me up from the house, take me to the hospital, see patient, make round, and in the evening, he would take me back home. I did this for a month. I went back to work within 10 days. Yeah. And one patient from Hobbs, New Mexico, heard that there was a doctor in Lubbock. He lost his head, and they put it together. So she came to the office for this reason, to see how this doctor functioning after they suture his head to his body.
So what went through your mind after you first saw how severe your injuries were? What went through your mind, and how did you deal with such a devastating injury?
Something happened. Yesterday's gone, so I never looked back. What am I going to do tomorrow? And I kept on working as usual.
Was there ever did you ever consider not working? Did you ever consider not going back to your job?
Oh, me? No way. I'm still working now since 70.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm assuming, since you left the hospital 10 days after you woke up, that's correct?
Right.
Was your home damaged? Did you have friends or relatives or anyone else that was...
Excuse me?
Did you have anyone else in your life, your friends or your relatives, or was your own home damaged by the tornado? Were other people in your life affected by the storm?
I didn't get it.
That's okay. Did you know anyone else that was either injured or maybe had their home destroyed?
Yeah, I heard there was a little girl, 10-year-old, next to me in the hospital. She died from the tornado. And then on one of these programs, I think one of my patients lost her legs. I was with her on the program on TV, the next year. Yeah, but I didn't come in contact with any of the injured people.
Did you ever meet or find out who found you, who took you to the hospital?
I was told that when the tornado hit the car, you know, my car was completely damaged. I was on the street. Somebody from a window from a house across the street saw me, so they called the ambulance. They thought I was dead. When they took me to the emergency room, they didn't recognize me, and the doctor who saw me, he knew me before, but he didn't know who I was. So until he got my driver license. But we tried to see who the person who called the ambulance, we couldn't find out.
Other than obviously causing you, personal injury and physical pain, how else did the tornado experience change you?
How did?
How did the tornado experience? How did it change you? Change your life, other than just the surgeries and?
It didn't make any change. Got the injury. We took care of it for 3 years. I had 15 operations over 3 years. And I kept on going as if nothing happened.
Does it make you nervous now when it rains or storms? A lot of people tell me that
No,
even now.
it didn't bother me.
How do you think that the tornado changed the city?
For better. Yeah, for better.
In what ways?
The old homes, they looked not very clean. The street there, crowded. At the beginning, you have the civic center. It put more life downtown. And since then, it has progressed for better, especially with the new development. Yeah.
You have questions to ask?
Did you ever consider leaving Lubbock?
Did I ever think to leave Lubbock?
After the tornado?
No, now I own part of Lubbock. What do you mean? I've been here for 48 years. How can I leave Lubbock? Some patients come to me and say, they ask me where I'm from. I say, I'm from Beirut, Lebanon. Oh, do you think you're going to go back there? I mean, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. I've been living in Lubbock here longer than many people who came to Lubbock. Yeah.
Tell us about this program you mentioned that was on TV the year after the tornado.
I think within 1 year or 2 years, somebody from the Channel 10 or they got 6 people who got injured in the tornado. And one of them, it happened, one of my patients, she had both legs gone. And then since then, I appeared on TV 2-3 times. The last time was Kemp, about a story about, was it a year before last year? Yeah, Carla, she had a program about it, and she followed me to the recreation center. You know, I exercise, I lift weight, I swim. So she took pictures to show them that I'm still functioning. I still work as hard as before. Like this weekend, I'm covering 3 doctors.
During those 3 years, when you were having all the surgeries, how did you keep doing your job? I know you said you had a driver helping, but was it?
But after 1 month, I was able to drive with one eye. Okay. As I said, on Thursday, I fly to Florida in the morning, Miami. His office in Miami. He sees me in the afternoon, and then he put me in the hospital. He operated on me on Friday, and Saturday I go back to his office. He checks me, and then I flew back to Lubbock. Monday I go back to work.
But did you find it physically challenging, your job after the injury?
No, it's just as regular. Nothing unusual.
After you got out of the hospital the first time, after you left Methodist, did you go back downtown to see, what did downtown look like when you went back?
It looks, I really don't remember exactly, but it looks, it's demolished. Yeah, I'm sure that by the time I left the hospital, they started the cleaning. Yeah, but I looked at the picture; that looked horrible.
What about your office? Was it demolished? The hospital and your office, what condition were they in?
Say it again?
Was the hospital torn up?
No, the hospital, nothing happened to it, because the tornado really hit to the east of the hospital, or to the east of the hospital. It's on south, and it's funny, it hit the spot where my car is, and then it moved around the hospital. The hospital was not damaged at all. Yeah.
What about your office?
Remained the same, because my office is next door to the hospital. Yeah. Yeah, nothing happened.
But you never did know what a tornado was. You didn't know what a tornado was in Beirut. You never had seen a tornado.
Before? No. We never heard of. When I came to Lubbock first, Dr. English, he was the surgeon in Lubbock. That's when I joined him in practice. He said, Lubbock is a very nice town. The weather is excellent. We never have tornado here. So I was given information that the weather is really no problem, except few sandstorm. And here I got hit in the tornado. Yeah, never heard of a tornado before. I've been in an earthquake in Beirut, Lebanon. I know what an earthquake is. I have been in a snow blizzard in Iowa, but I never heard of a tornado. I mean, you hear about them, but you'll never think that you are going to be in one of them. I've been in Hurricane Charlie in Florida. I've been in all these places. Yeah, but this one I got hit with it.
I told him God didn't want him, the devil didn't want him, so they all left him.
Yeah.
My goodness.
You're not afraid of tornadoes. You don't have a shelter in his
And
house.
I'm not afraid of anything, except of the one upstairs.
He's very strong. I mean, very strong.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Middle East, so he's tough. Those
I
people.
used to be a bodybuilder.
Tell him
I was Mr. Lebanon in bodybuilding.
Huh.
Yeah, that's what saved my life, probably. Yeah, you know, when after they picked me up, they took me to the emergency room. I was married then. They took the ring and they took it to my ex-wife. They told her, "Your husband is dead." Yeah, so she came to the hospital. They took me to the operating room to do something. And the surgeon, Dr. Koch, he was a plastic surgeon. He told me, after the surgery, he patched me. He said, "I don't know what to do with you. You need to find somebody who has had more experience." And that's when we found 3 doctors, one in Miami, Ralph Billard, one Dr. Kroons in Houston, and there is a doctor in London. But the one in Houston is specialty hair lip. Who's going to go to London every 3 days? So we found this one in Miami, and I went to him. He was very nice. Every 3 months, surgery. I had 15 operations. This one got infection, and so the cartilage they took from the rib to put it here didn't take. He wants to do another surgery. I said, forget it. You know, you get tired after 15 operations. It still function. Breathe through my mouth. I see well. The hearing, you know, as you get older, it affects, you know, all these. But as nothing happened.
But you had no other broken bones, it just affected mainly this.
See that?
You didn't have any other broken bones or anything, it was mainly just...
Never been sick in my life, except one time when I got hit in the tornado. And since then, everything is related to the tornado. That's how it goes.
Anything else, Lindsay?
Anything else you want to say? Is there anything else you'd like to say?
Yesterday's gone, tomorrow is another day. Never look back. You see, you look back, you react. You look forward, you create. That's what these people, once they get injured, they want to retire, they want to stop. You know what I mean? So yesterday's gone, tomorrow is another day. That's how I look at it. And you asked me at the beginning if the tornado has changed anything. You live day by day. You don't worry about tomorrow. Tomorrow may never come. You go this way because there are so many people worry about tomorrow, day after tomorrow, because we may not be here tomorrow. See? So, as they say, work hard as if you're going to live forever, and play hard as if you're going to die tomorrow.
Thank you, sir. Why don't you tell me what your role back then was? What your role before the tornado was? What position in the council did you hold?
Well, I was elected to the County Commissioners Court and took office in 1959. And at the time of the tornado, I was one of the 4 county commissioners and the county judge that makes up the County Commissioners Court, which is the administrative body of the county.
Okay. Where were you during the tornado? How did it affect you? Like what happened while you were?
Well, I was at home. I live at 4801 11th Street, and I was at home, and Arch Lamb, one of the other commissioners, was actually out in the storm. He was attending some meeting out in northeast Lubbock. So he called me and told me that the tornado had struck, and he was out in it. He wasn't hurt or injured in any way. And so we started making plans about what we needed to do. Of course, at that time, I didn't have any idea what the extent of the damage was, but he was out in it, and so he said that we needed to get as soon as we could to the courthouse the next morning, and then but first we needed to go to we had at that time had 4 road and bridge operations, so we had some heavy equipment that they were going to need. So my first venture was early the next morning was to go to Shallowater, where our road and bridge operation was located, and get the crew and the equipment headed to Lubbock. And then I came on into town to the court. Finally made my way down to the courthouse. But the crew that came in with the equipment, they had a front end loader and some other equipment there, and they actually had to move some of the debris out of the street to get on down into the courthouse area. And of course, the first thing that struck me was, unless you've been through something like that, and I never had, you can't comprehend the damage that has taken place, and then you're surprised that anybody really survived that was in that area. So our job then was one, we made sure the courthouse was secured, and building maintenance came down, and and to be sure that the courthouse was secured. We didn't have any electricity, so my first job that morning was we had an agency called Texas Surplus Property that sold surplus government property to the counties, and so my job, first assignment, was to go out to Texas Surplus Property on North Avenue U and try to secure some generators. And we secured a couple of generators early that morning to hook into the courthouse. Let's see, the tornado was on a Monday, so this would have been on a Tuesday. And so my first job was to get the generators and get them down there. And so by noon, we had the courthouse hooked up to enough electricity to run the elevators and a few of the lights in the courthouse. Courthouse was closed. We didn't have any employees other than building maintenance down there.
I mean, other than just the mass destruction, what do you think the biggest problem was, and what do you think was one of the major health issues that came of the tornado? What put most people in danger after the tornado? Did the tornado knock out anything very important or very crucial to health in the city?
Well, yes. As a matter of fact, it destroyed the city-county health unit, which was located out north of town, out near the interstate. It was completely destroyed, the health unit. So our health facilities were zero at that time. And there's a lot of small things come up. One of the things when we started the equipment, trying to clear the streets. Of course, the first job was to see that to search for people to be sure that everybody was secure and that people were taken care of. And of course, the hospitals and the ambulances and everything did a good job. And so our job mainly was in trying to get the streets cleared so we could get emergency vehicles in and out, and take care of the people that were that needed help and needed to go to the hospital. And but surprisingly, and at that time we had never had any practice runs. We had never thought about a tornado in Lubbock, Texas. So we didn't have any emergency management department then at that time. And but surprisingly, it's surprising how people go to work just doing whatever they can. And as we started clearing the streets that day, one of the biggest problems was all of our trucks, with all this debris in the streets, all of our trucks were having flats. So my second job was to go out. The county had a motorized magnet that would pick up nails and debris from metal from the streets. So my second job was to go get that nail. They called it a nail picker. It was just a trailer with a magnet, and our big job then was to try to get the nails off the streets so the trucks, emergency vehicles, could operate. And it was kind of surprising how well things started falling into place as far as taking care of the injured people and getting them to the proper place. Of course, by early that morning, they had already taken most of the people to the hospital that needed to go to the hospital. And then it was a matter of going into the neighborhoods and searching for the people that were trapped in the homes and the people that had been killed by the tornado.
What was your reaction to the tornado like? Tell me about the things you saw. What shocked you the most?
Well, actually, I guess first, as I said, I live in West Lubbock, so it didn't affect us. And so I went to shallow water, to get the equipment headed in. And the thing that struck me as I came back into town was the absolute destruction of, because I came in through Clovis Road and finally managed to pick some streets where I could get back into the downtown area. And the thing that struck me, you just couldn't believe the absolute desolation, especially in the area of Avenue Q and 4th Street. And of course, if you didn't know anything about the town, you couldn't get around. But I did know some ways to get into town. As a matter of fact, Arts Lamb who was actually downtown, he'd told me how we could get the crews in. But again, we had to unload some of the equipment out when we struck the edge of the tornado area. Front end loaders and equipment that could start clearing the streets so we could get on down. We were headed for the courthouse, and then once we got there, we took the equipment that could move the debris in the streets, and actually to begin we just pushed it aside so that the vehicles could get up and down the streets to get people out or get people in that needed to be in. And the city had activated their emergency operating center, and so the devastation just was absolutely unbelievable when you're down there on a Monday and everything's just ship-shape and in good shape, and then you come in the next morning and everything is flat on the ground in most places. Fortunately, the courthouse didn't sustain a lot of damage. Mainly broken windows, but as far as heavy physical damage, the courthouse didn't suffer any damage to speak of. It was a matter of getting utilities back on, and then, and of course, the sheriff's department had all their people activated, and a lot of the county employees came down and helped where they could with. If nothing else, just picking up debris around the courthouse and being sure that their offices were secured. But again, we didn't encourage them to come downtown because of just the sheer problem of getting downtown and then being in a position to help. But I was also struck at how fast they responded, because that afternoon they had Army helicopters in here, and then they took us up so we could see all the damage. And at that time, my vision of it had been limited to Clovis Road and North Lubbock into the courthouse. But you had to really get up in the helicopters to see where they could fly you right up against the old First National Bank, and then and around the perimeters to see how much devastation there really was from one side to the other. So. But it's surprising how fast they got a lot of emergency vehicles in working, and people doing what needed to be done. First, to help the people that were injured or killed, and the families of people that were killed. But then second was to start clearing the streets so they can get emergency vehicles in and out. And so it didn't surprise me, because people in this country pretty well respond to emergencies. Everybody's willing to chip in and help and do whatever they can, even if it's just a matter of picking up trash and getting streets cleared where everybody can work and get up and down the streets. So it was an experience you don't want to go through at one time.
Good point. Tell me, what was the most significant change that you saw in Lubbock? Like, what was the most, like with emergency response, was there a change in that structure? You said that they didn't have one before that. Was one developed? And just like, what did you see came about after the tornado?
Well, now the city had an emergency center at the City Hall, but we didn't have any type of countywide system. And later we joined with the City of Lubbock and for our countywide emergency management system. And I guess several things came out of it in the long run. For one thing, at that time we didn't have an emergency medical system. And later, after we built the hospital, Lubbock County, the Commissioners Court agreed. We got some federal revenue sharing funds, and we decided that we ought to have an EMS system. And so we took some of that federal funds and purchased the first 3 EMS systems that were purchased. And we didn't even have a system set up. And we discussed with the city the possibility of having a joint city-county operation. But then we came to realize that the Lubbock County Hospital District was set up to take care of the medical needs of the residents of this county. And since the EMS was an extension of medical facilities out to the public, we started talking to the hospital district, the commissioners, about the hospital district operating the EMS system. And they agreed to do it. To me, it was logical because they have people that are trained in that field and they're used to handling emergencies. And it was just a matter of they were taking the medical care out to the people. And so it was a few years taking place, but that was one of the things. But we did work with the city to set up the emergency management system. They already had it set up, but to extend it countywide so that everybody would be better coordinated to handle disasters like that. Fortunately, we haven't had another one, but I think we do have a good system now of responding even better than we did under the circumstances. But it would have been a lot more difficult if the city, 80% of our people live in the city, if at that time, if they hadn't had the emergency system set up at City Hall, it would have been a lot more difficult to start coordinating the police work, the sheriff's work, the fire departments, and everybody that got involved. So we were that far ahead on responding, and that's where everything that was the center of the emergency. All the emergency work that took place was at City Hall.
Well, I think we about covered it all. We appreciate you coming out and.
I'm gonna tack on a couple of questions just real fast. You talked about your role, what you did getting the equipment and stuff directly afterwards. Did you continue to help the cleanup in the city as time went on, like in the weeks and the months afterwards?
No, we helped for about a week. But the U.S. government came in with a program where they used their facilities and the city and county facilities wherever they were needed. But they actually contracted with private companies to come in and with loaders and we didn't actually have that much, like the county didn't have that much equipment that would work in the city because we're operating a rural road system. And most of our equipment is for maintaining the rural road system. But the front end loaders and trucks, we made them available as long as they needed them. But then the government came in with the big trucks where they haul the volume out, and it took them quite a while to get it all hauled out. And incidentally, Arch Lamb was one of the county commissioners, and he and I were interested in the Ranching Heritage Center operation. So Arch made arrangement to actually bury part of that debris out. We were building the berms at the Ranching Heritage Center at that time. So one of those big berms there where the windmill is located is the core of that berm is debris from the tornado. And then a lot of it was buried in the canyon out in the north part of Lubbock, in old caliche pits and areas where they could actually take some fill.
And you said, you touched on how the emergency center was at City Hall and all that kind of stuff. Okay.
If you'll look at the camera when you answer, we get a better shot.
Okay.
Oh, you're wanting him to look off? Okay. All
Yeah.
right. Scratch that.
They're doing all of them. They're all looking off. They're not looking at the camera.
Okay.
together and do things, or was there any jurisdictional type issues between city and county duties, or?
Not that I was aware of, any controversies or any disagreements. One thing about it, at a time like that, there's so much work to be done that everybody's busy working. You don't have any time to have a bunch of disagreements, and so there was plenty for everybody to do, and so everybody just stayed busy, and it took some coordination because when you come in and start hauling the debris out, you've got to go somewhere with it. So we fortunately Lubbock had some old caliche pits in the canyon here north of, and of course in the canyon one of the biggest projects that actually came out of the tornado was that opened the gate for the Canyon Lakes project, which took a bond issue, and also it opened the gates since a lot of area was being cleared where the Civic Center is located now. It was an added incentive for the people to vote the bond issue, not only for the Canyon Lakes project, but for the Civic Center. And so those two big projects actually are a direct result of the tornado. And the people had voted down a Civic Center issue prior to the tornado, but as a result of the tornado needing to rebuild and also to clear a lot of property, well, those two projects came to fruition as a result of the tornado.
How did Lubbock County change the population out in the county and so forth? Did you see a change after the tornado?
Well, actually, we were already starting some rural subdivision developments at that time, and so I don't know if that really speeded that process up, but we have a lot more people living in rural Lubbock County now than we had at that time. We have fewer farmers and fewer farms, but we have a lot more people living in rural Lubbock County than we had prior to the tornado. And some of that development had already started. I guess the Texas Veterans Land Program promoted rural subdivisions more than anything at about that time, because veterans could get a loan from the government to buy tracts of rural land and build homes on it. And so that was a big factor in the early development of rural subdivisions in Lubbock County.
There was something else, if I can remember it. You don't have that problem, do you? I was thinking about something and it's just left me.
Wait till you get to be 81. Of course, you're a long way from that, so you don't.
Not as far as you think. Did you all ask about what the Commissioner's Court does and how that works and so forth for students? I'd like to put some of these things that don't fit in the tornado video, to save those, to send out to teachers so that when they're explaining something, they have a clip to use.
Yeah, if you want to just basically explain what not so much what your duties were during the tornado, but what you did as a member of the Commissioner's Court.
I think oftentimes students, as a former teacher, I know that it was difficult for my students to understand the difference between city government and county, and who were the county commissioners and what did they do. So can you elaborate on that?
Well, basically, the city government is set up, and it was set up for a purpose. The counties originally functioned as the governing body of before they incorporated cities, and before the city started growing. We had the constables and the sheriff from the very beginning, but cities are set up to provide mainly municipal services that counties weren't in a position to provide, because the County Commissioners Court is the governing body of Lubbock County. And there are certain departments that the County Commissioners Court are responsible for. But we also have 25 to 30 other elected officials who head up the various departments as provided by the Constitution and the laws of the state of Texas. So the County Commissioners Court is the governing body with very limited jurisdiction. For instance, I'll just take the largest department is the Sheriff's Department. The sheriff is elected to head up the Sheriff's Department, and he's responsible for hiring and firing and operating that department. The County Commissioners Court is responsible for setting a budget for that department, but we are prohibited by law from telling him how to run his department. We don't have anything to do with the people he hires or fires or what shifts they work. In other words, he operates the department, and the only thing that the County Commissioners Court has to do with the Sheriff's Department is we provide him with a budget. The Commissioners Court provides a budget for each department to operate under, and but then the County Commissioners Court directly are responsible for the operation of the rural road system and the county park system, which is rural park system, and the welfare department and building maintenance and those departments. But the county, at one time we had a city-county library, and now we just we make a substitute to the other cities. But the counties operate the County Commissioners Court. Of course, we hire people. We had people that headed up the welfare department, and we had an advisory welfare board, and the same thing on the city-county health unit. It was operated by the city and the county. The city operated it. We provided part of the money and appointed some of the board members. But so the County Commissioners Court is the governing body with very limited jurisdiction as far as the day-to-day operation of all the departments. Now, while I was county commissioner, each county commissioner was also responsible for operating the road and bridge operation in the rural part of my precinct, Precinct 4, Northwest Lubbock County, and also the parks in that system. But now they've combined the road and bridge departments, and they're all operated under a central operation, and so the county commissioners individually are not responsible for the day-to-day operation of the road and bridge departments anymore. And so it's a good system that sometimes you wonder how it works with 20-something elected officials that head up various departments, but surprisingly it works well, and they're elected to run their department, but they run it with a budget provided by the Commissioners Court. So the biggest job as far as the operation of the county is actually the budget for all the departments, and it's getting to be a pretty sizable operation now.
And I'm sorry, you may have said this, but what years did you serve?
I came on the Commissioners Court in January of 1959, and I served for 36 years. I was 30 years old when I came on the Commissioners Court. Surprisingly, a lot of people, when I ran for county commissioner the first time, said, you're too young to be a county commissioner. I was 29 at the time I ran, and a lot of people said, you're too young to be a commissioner. That's for older people. But I served 36 years and enjoyed it all, and I've enjoyed a nice retirement since then. I retired 15 years ago last January.
Did you farm or have another business in addition to being county commissioner?
No, I farmed until I came on the Commissioners Court, but in January of '59 I quit farming, and that 36 years all I did was county commissioner.
So it is a full-time
It worked at it full time, yeah. And
takes committed people to do that.
Yep. But they paid us for it. At that time, it wasn't the highest paying job in the county, but and it still isn't. But I really enjoyed the 36 years. But I've enjoyed the 15 years I've been retired also, and so I've been fortunate all my life. I enjoyed farming. I enjoyed being county commissioner. I've enjoyed retirement, and you ought to enjoy your work.
Was it Arch Lamb that had mules or some farm animal that we used to take little children, the school children out to?
Yeah, Arch Lamb. He lived at the corner of 34th and Loop 289.
Yes.
And he had horses and mules and goats, and he still. But his main love was mules.
Yes.
But I think
his farm or that area, those stables, that we used to take school children every year out to there on a field.
Well, it was convenient, and of course Arch loved to have them out there, and he had a wide variety of horses and mules and jennies and jackasses and everything. So it was quite a venture for school kids to go out to his place. But as I said, I farmed until I came on the commissioner's court. Now Arch still operated that small farm there. He had a hired hand that did it, but most of the rest of us we worked full time at being county commissioner. It kept us pretty busy. Mainly at that time, the big deal was we headed up the road and bridge. We each had about 10 employees for the parks and road and bridge departments.
That still seems to be a big deal when you live out in a rural area.
Oh, it is. It was a long fight to get the 4 precincts consolidated, but they're doing a lot better job now with consolidation. For one thing, they're getting under Texas law, county commissioners, each elected official, when you come in office, you can hire your own crew. No matter the people that were working for the county, no matter how good a job they were done, they might be out of a job. So it was hard to get tenured employees under those conditions. But now they work under the resources department at the courthouse, and so we're getting a lot better employees now than we could hire under the old precinct system.
It was like triage. We had people come in individual cars, in the ambulances. All 4 ambulances ran all the tires off the car with the glass that was in the streets. There were a lot of cuts and abrasions from flying objects. There were broken limbs. There was a lot of trauma. I think now we probably call it post-traumatic stress syndrome, but we didn't know what that was in 1970. So there were a lot of mental shock issues, and then there were a whole lot of cuts and bruises and broken bones and things embedded in people that needed to be taken out and stitched up. And then regrettably, there were the few individuals that stood the full force of something, whether it was a 2x4 or something bigger, that were actually killed and declared deceased at the hospital.
What was your reaction to seeing these people and how it affected you?
Well, I had a unique position because I had worked in the emergency room for several years, and on the ambulance. I am accustomed to disaster response. So my personal reaction was not as perhaps emotional as a lot of the people. We had people come into the circular drive at the hotel that were just beside themselves with fear.
Out of everything you saw with the damage or the people, what shocked you the most?
I don't know if it was shock, but I do know at one point the city of Lubbock lost its radio communications, and they parked a ambulance at 4th and University in the old Town and Country Shopping Center because the funeral home still had communications with their vehicles. And there was a phone at Town and Country that they would call from the EOC, the Emergency Operations Center. They would call and talk to the police officer next to the ambulance, and then the ambulance would relay information out to the other ambulances and to the police officers they could find. One of the interesting experiences I had when I drove from Henderson on Broadway out to the hospital was a sheriff's car came by me, and the two sheriff's deputies inside it were just in shock. They slowed down and asked me what I was doing, told them. They said, fine. All of the windows were beaten out of the car by the hail that accompanied the tornado. They had been in it. The car looked like one of the demolition derbies the fraternities have to raise money with when they use sledgehammers on cars. It was just beat to pieces. And the look on those men's faces would tell you everything. And their eyes were as big as silver dollars. And they were just, even though they were in law enforcement, they were completely in shock.
Did your own home suffer any damage?
My apartment didn't at 5th and X, although I lived on the east side. The tornado that affected our area came from the west. So there was actually an explosion because of the air pressure, and then an implosion that followed the vacuum that a tornado creates behind it. And my neighbor's house had the air conditioner blown into the middle of the living room, but it actually had the walls blown off the foundations outward. So we couldn't get him to respond. We kicked in the door, and he had gone home for spring break. Spring break started that day, and a lot of the students that would have been injured in the Overton area had left actually that day.
That's good.
We, by living at 5th and X, I had a pass to get by the militia, or let's stop for a second, what do they call them? The guy you talked to yesterday. Okay, let's start. I had the advantage of having a pass to get into the area because I lived in the area, and I could get past the National Guard that sealed off a majority of the most devastated area. For the week following the tornado, I wandered around in the area and looked at the incredible things that high-velocity wind can do, like broom straws through a 2x4. A friend of mine had his apartment on the 2nd floor. All the walls were gone, the roof and the walls, but all of his furniture and his papers and his lamp still where they were before the tornado. So we sat in his living room as if we were sitting on a terrace.
Were there any of your friends that didn't come back from spring break after the tornado, afraid that something similar would happen again?
No, I don't think. Of course, you have to, let me back up. No one did not come back. There were a lot of people displaced. They had to come back and find another place to live because a significant portion of the apartments in Overton North, and then a large number of housing units that were in the area that we now call the Civic Center, named the Memorial Civic Center for those people that lost their lives. That housing stock was demolished or ruined, and a lot of kids had to find somewhere else to live when they came back to school.
What was one of the most significant changes you saw in Lubbock after the tornado?
Even though I was young and in college and didn't really connect with the community, the community coming together to heal this damage was what I now know is typical of Lubbock, is that whenever we're assaulted from the outside, we come together, all races, creeds, economic groups. There was a huge relief effort for those people that had been affected. There was a huge clearance effort. We were declared a disaster area, so the Corps of Engineers came in. For those people that had a demolished home,
All they had to do was sign a piece of paper, and about 30 minutes later, the lot would be cleaned off. That debris was gone. The motel I worked at, we didn't have any lights for 3 days, but we allowed the National Guard and some of the Corps of Engineers folks to sleep because they didn't have anywhere to sleep. But I think the spirit of the community coming together, recognizing the tragedy, passing the bond that eventually built the Civic Center, and it was named in memoriam to those people who lost their lives.
You said that your wife was at home when it happened.
She was.
What do you know what she did to protect herself being at home instead of in her place of business or whatever?
Actually, things were moving so fast that I really don't remember. I know that she was not affected by it, nor our apartment was affected by it. And of course, we knew all of the people that lived in the adjacent apartments, so we all gathered out in one spot in the parking lot to try to find out who was home, who wasn't home, if anybody was hurt. And thankfully, nobody that lived in the immediate adjacent apartments to me was hurt.
Did you notice any change at Texas Tech after the tornado?
The campus was largely unaffected. Of course, there was the same mental change at Texas Tech as far as coming together, because a large number of students were affected, either through housing, being here, being afraid. The biggest amount of damage I'm aware of at the university was it bent or broke about 5 of the light poles at Jones Stadium as the tornado that came in from the west came in. One of the issues for the public was that there was no notice. In other words, if you were wherever you were when it hit, you didn't know what it was, you didn't know what was happening. All you knew that it was a big deal.
How did you hear about the tornado?
Through the door.
No, like before it actually hit, the notice.
There was no notice. No, let me say it again. One of the things about the tornado that hit Lubbock is that there was no notice to any individuals, no TV notice, no radio notice. It just hit. So all of the people affected were washing the dishes or whatever they were doing at the minute, and the next minute there was a serious weather event going on outside.
I don't think I have any more questions. Is Mr. Dixon saying anything?
Or anything else?
I don't think so, unless Mike remembers something from yesterday. I think the interesting thing about my individual participation was that I went from where I worked to my home to the ambulance service to the hospital, and then I came back home about 3 o'clock, and it was I saw more of the facets of the disaster than a lot of people other than the civil defense or the police department did. A perspective that very few people had in Lubbock, thankfully, because it was not a fun event.
All right, so how long have you lived in Lubbock?
I came here in 1959, so I'm working on my 51st year.
Oh, wow. That's a long time.
Before you discovered America, right?
Yes. So did you go to attend any of the high schools here in Lubbock, or did you come in?
No, I was born and raised in Wellington, Texas, and I graduated high school in Wellington in 1949.
All right, so you were a previous city council person, correct?
That is correct.
So what were your roles back then as a city council person?
Well, I served 2 terms, a 4-year term and a 2-year term. The 4-year term, I was a councilman place 2, and then I was a mayor pro tem for 2 years.
Okay, so where were you when the tornado hit?
I was at my home, tornado.
Yes.
I'm thinking about the Olympics there, the flying tomato.
So, where exactly did you live? Where area of town?
I lived on 29th Street, way out in west of Slide. Actually, the closest the tornado got to us was at 34th and Quaker. I know that exactly because my daughter, who was 17, was out and was in that Carnation. It blew a window out of that building. That's the only damage that far west.
So, so you're in a house, and how did your house stand up to the tornado? Was there any damage to your house?
None at all. None at all. In fact, I heard on the television that there was a tornado, and I called down to City Hall to see if we would be needed, and said, yes, you need to come right in. And an angel sat on my shoulders, I think, because by then, around Tech and all the way east and north, power lines were down, trees, telephone poles, and some way I drove right to downtown and went in the old City Hall building. We had an emergency operating center in the basement.
So, driving downtown, how was the devastation? What shocked you? What was the experience of seeing all the devastation?
Well, it was very dark, no lights, because all the street lights were out, and the water was running heavily in the ditches and drainage ditches. I say trees and telephone lines, hot power lines were down. Some way, there were 5 people on the city council then. Some way we all made it down from where we lived. And I didn't get out of the basement for probably 2.5 days.
Oh, wow. So that was a very long experience.
Yeah.
So what were you doing in the basement down in the emergency
Well,
center?
making decisions primarily. The 5-member city council, we declared an emergency, contacted, all of this is mixed up. We did whatever somebody from the city told us to do, but primarily we were the governing body, and it was our call to answer whatever decisions need to be made.
Would you say that y'all worked cooperatively and just trying to get everything just decided right then and there, and were other people being cooperative as well?
Absolutely. Everyone, that's probably one of the most marked things about it. Everyone just pulled together and did what it took to get the job done. I said I was there 2.5 days. I got out, I went over to Guadalupe neighborhood, which had a lot of damage and loss of life. There was the Mennonites there that come in to help. Red Cross was there and other people. They brought their own food, and they would not take any food or anything. They said they were here to help, not to take advantage of the supplies that were needed for the survivors.
So you said that the Mennonites came in. Were there other people from surrounding cities?
Absolutely. Both a lot of people needed for power lines to restore the power. That's one of the first things we had to do. Engineers for getting the water going, and everyone from all over came. Great outpouring of support and help.
So when you did come out of the basement and you drove to the Guadalupe neighborhood, what was the devastation like? Can you describe what you were seeing whenever you came in?
Well, houses down, of course. At 4th and Quaker, where Fields and Company was, that area was a beautiful new showroom they'd built recently, blown completely away. Mickey Mantle had a restaurant across the street. It was completely blown away. That neighborhood, Old Town Lubbock, and that area was severely damaged.
People nowadays probably don't realize how big of a gathering place downtown Lubbock was at that time. What was down there and what got destroyed?
Well, actually, it had gradually gone away from retail. It had become the center of government. The police department, of course, was right there in the building at the old City Hall. The Avalanche Journal was there, Fields and Company, and a lot of small businesses. Everything from about Main or Broadway north to 4th Street, at least over to Q, was pretty well severely damaged. I heard the number, and someone would have to correct me, but as much as nearly 1/4 of the living units, counting apartments, duplexes, single families, were damaged or destroyed during that tornado.
And so with the deceased being there, y'all opened up Smiley Wilson Junior High and used it as a morgue because some of the funeral homes got damaged downtown. Were you part of making that decision?
Yes, any decision that had to do with governance was made by the city council, the mayor and 4 councilmen.
And so do you have a certain reason why it was Smiley Wilson and not any other reason, or
location, I'm sure. And also we used the Civic Center, the old Lubbock Coliseum.
Okay, so y'all opened up the Coliseum, I believe, at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Probably right. You know, it's a blur. I know we opened it and it was used extensively.
What did y'all actually use it for?
People, a shelter for people. I think, as I recall, we put in some cots or something like that.
Do you know anyone that was injured during the storm, or any of your, fellow people of Lubbock?
None of my immediate family. My brother was in Tech and lived a block or two east of what was then College Avenue, and his car was damaged in his house, but he was not hurt. My daughter, as I say, was in a building where the window blew out, but no damage to her. But yes, I knew a lot of the people that were hurt. I remember a doctor was going downtown to work at the old downtown hospital, and he was hit by falling debris and severely damaged his face. Dr. Monzer Attar was his name.
And so, do you know, what was the most significant change you saw in Lubbock immediately after the tornado happened?
Well, for some period of time, several weeks, that area, larger area I talked about, the first 2 or 3 days had control was kind of blocked off. Access was restricted to people that really had to be there. But what happened subsequent to it, and as I said, people pulled together, did whatever was needed, and worked hard. And then over a period of time, of course, we went through an urban renewal project, with the result of which was I didn't mention the airport was severely damaged too. Built a new airport, built a new public library, the Department of Public Safety building, and of course the Lubbock Memorial Civic Center. All of those things were a result of the tornado and the recovery over a period of years.
And so how long do you think it took Lubbock to actually recover from this tornado, or do you think they're still recovering?
I think Lubbock has well recovered from that, but time you can include the urban renewal and all these projects, it was a good 10 or 15 years till the immediate damage was cleaned up in a week or two. The first thing, of course, as I said, was to get electricity and power and shelter for people to the hospitals and that sort of thing, which was a matter of weeks.
When you were to drive downtown right now in Lubbock, do you see what was back then? Do you see that diner that got destroyed? Do you see the devastation when you drive down Lubbock?
I think about it sometime, yes. And I remember, well, this was this and this was that and this happens. But I'm a big baseball fan. And I remember that Mickey Mantle's place was wiped right off and never was rebuilt. Many of those things that were small business and things moved on to other places. And downtown really switched then from any residential area to speak of.
And so, as May 11th and the actual date draws near, when people start mentioning it on TV and you see the weather service now, what does it make you, or what was the warning system back then?
All right, we had sirens that would be alerted. I will say this, that Lubbock was, the city administration really very well prepared us for an emergency because we had an emergency operating center that was where in the basement there where I was talking about. They immediately went into operation and started doing all the things immediately necessary. Of course, the sirens and all, but this one kind of slipped up on us. The sirens were put off, but it came kind of from the southeast and hit real quick. Like I say, first thing we heard that a tornado had hit downtown Lubbock.
And how did you hear of this? Was it KFYO or was it from just word of mouth?
Probably KFYO because KFYO was right there next to the city hall at that time, and they did some kind of emergency generator thing, and they were on the air real quick.
And so, what from then until now, what is the most significant change that you've seen in Lubbock? How has it changed in being a city, from a town to a city?
Well, significant growth gradually and carefully. One thing, a phenomenon of something that's vast and is a lot of federal money, a lot of repair money, a lot of insurance money comes in, so actually the economy picks up and booms a bit. Lubbock has never been a big booming place, but it's been a nice steady growth. So we've had a large increase in population. In governance, we've gone from a 5-member city council to a 7-member city council with individual districts. We were all elected at large.
And so now there are districts. Back then, were you just elected and you ruled over the city?
Right. The mayor ran every 2 years, ran at large. All 4 city council places were rotated 2 at a time, and they ran at large. So I received votes from all parts of the city when I first ran.
So is there anything else you'd like to add about this day of the tornado or what you saw or anything?
Well, I would compliment all of the people of Lubbock, all of the people that helped us. We had the federal government come in and declare this a disaster area. Congressman George Mahon came. An interesting thing was that we had just had an election. The mayor was new. That was Dr. Jim Granberry. And that was the 2 years that I was the mayor pro tem. And so we had one new council person, Jack Baker, Morris Turner, Deaton Rigsby, myself, plus Jack Baker were councilmen. Jim Granberry was the mayor. That was the 5 people that were immediately involved in it. I would say that the people of Lubbock did a wonderful job, and I wouldn't live anywhere else but Lubbock. Lubbock is a great place to live, and that thing was a big setback, but the Lubbock people arose to it, and it's a better town than it was.
It was my understanding that Lubbock had been the recipient, probably because of Mahon, of having some emergency training and preparedness put in place just about a year prior to this particular storm, so that you all had an emergency operating system.
That is exactly correct. I referred to that a bit, and it was very, very helpful. In fact, they made a movie later about it, being prepared. And even to this day, I'll run into someone in New York or Florida or somewhere say, I saw you on an emergency preparedness film about the Lubbock tornado. And that was done, of course, after the storm. But yes, that was, and I'd forgotten that Mr. Mahon, that he did a lot of great things for this town, as you know. And I had the pleasure of going to Washington and talking to him about not only asking if it'd be all right to name the library, the Mahon Library, but if we can name it after his wife also. And he was really pleased because he said everyone thought of him but never of Helen. He was really tickled that and so it's named the George and Helen Mahon Library to this day.
And so you were a part of that excursion.
I got to go meet him. Mr. Mahon was in a big meeting it seems like it was with a bunch of admirals and generals. He was in charge of the military budget, of course, and he just saw me there, and he just closed the meeting, and myself and someone else was with me from the council. I don't recall who. We went into a little cloakroom or room on the side, and chairs were piled around. We sat down and talked about that, and he was nearly overcome that we had done that. But we'd done a lot of other things for him, but put his wife involved with it. He really was pleased with that.
That's a great story. Talk a little bit, if you recall, about the relationship in terms of all the different agencies cooperating and groups cooperating, but also LISD involved in that, because we had schools that were damaged, and so they too had to be a partner.
That is absolutely true. Of course, they had their own governing body, so they made decisions. It was a question about the junior high and which ones used. I'm sure that was a decision that was made by the school board. I may have thought it because they had their own government. But yes, the county, the city, Lubbock Independent School District, we didn't have South Plains Association government, I don't think, at that time, but all helped, as well as the suburban governance people and that. As things went. The county especially, of course, includes all of the city of Lubbock, and so they were involved a great deal in it.
Alton Brazell was here on Monday.
Right.
He was talking about what difficulty he had when he got closer in, coming down the Clovis Highway from Shallowater.
Right.
How difficult it was to even make his way downtown. Talk a little bit about that kind of the damage that was done and how difficult it was just to get equipment in to start cleaning it up.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Lord must have put an angel on my shoulder because I don't know how I got here. And the same, I've talked to Deaton Rigsby, who is still living. Dr. Granberry has moved away, but how we got here, we just took a street. We'd go a ways. The street would be blocked with a down telephone pole or a down tree. We'd go another one. Might be damage from homes, but just maneuvered to get down here as far as we were concerned. And of course, Alton was more involved with. He had heavy equipment because of being on the county and having tractors and scrapers and that sort of thing. So everybody kind of pitched in with their expertise, whatever it was. As a matter of fact, I'm a pharmacist, and I opened my drugstore at 34th and Slide for 2 days so people could get medicine and water. Dr. Granberry always loved to tell the story. He said, I had a big old story. You said you'd been in there with lots of materials piled up and everything in the world. He said, yeah, a TV camera crew came from Clovis to shoot pictures of the devastation, and they got to L&H drug and decided they needed some batteries. They stopped in there and shot 3 rolls of film, went back to New Mexico. They had their damage. That was his favorite story.
Dr. Attar was hurt in this.
Yeah, he was, I think it maybe have been on 19th. His office was downtown, and he was driving there, and some flying debris. He was there real early, or maybe he was just leaving the hospital. But at any rate, I think it came right through his windshield, hit him in the face, and he had some surgery. But recovering, has been practicing here for many years. Monzer Attar.
Yes. And you said your daughter was at 34th and Quaker in that what?
Yeah, that right across the street from the Highland Baptist Church there was a what was the name? I mentioned Carnation, and she was there. 17-year-old teenager. Her mother was having a fit, wanting to know where she was. Oh, I was fine.
Unbelievable. Is there anything else that you recall? Any other story? Did you go up in a helicopter?
As I recall, the mayor got to do that with Mr. Mahon. That was a big problem. I went, when we got through with what we could do, tied down, and we went out to different places. I went to the Guadalupe. There's a Catholic church there that I just remember the name of it, but that was kind of the center for the repair work in that area, and it did some help there. And we had some decision we had to make, and we'd go and report back and decide what we wanted to do with our resources and the money we had and so forth. Biggest decisions we made after the immediate recovery moves to get everybody out of harm's way was the big and long decision to do urban renewal for that area and to build the infrastructure we have now, the airport, the library, the civic center. It was an urban renewal project. It was pretty controversial. In fact, I remember thinking that we're going to do we'll be 10 to 20 years before we know whether this is a good or a bad decision. I think it was a good decision in retrospect.
An outstanding one. I think that speaks highly of the people who were on that council and the decision makers like yourself, that you had the foresight to put those things in place.
It was not an easy decision. We had lots of conversation about it. We were a good work. You ask about people working together. We were a good working group. As a matter of fact, when the 4 of us, Granberry, Hollingsworth, Turner, and Rigsby, we were all elected at age 35, and that was 2 years later, so we were 37 years old. And I'll tell you, I would recommend any, especially the young people that get involved in city government, to be involved, especially vote, and know who the candidates are. Look, I learned so much. Now, one of the reasons I ran was to learn, and I learned a great, great deal in the 6 years I served in the council. I wouldn't give it up again for anything.
It's an opportunity, but it's a responsibility as well.
I love this town, and it's given me a great deal, and I try to give some back.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have one question.
Yes, sir.
When you made it downtown, you went through the maze downtown, and you finally got to the EOC. Talk about, I'm going to have you look at.
All right, surely.
Talk about the environment in the basement down there. To me, it would seem like it was kind of organized chaos going on for 2 days that you were
It absolutely was, because it's a small place, as you know, where we met, and we had probably 3 or 4 times the number of people in the emergency operating center that we usually had. So yes, it was. However, it was pulled together real quick, and I would certainly compliment I think I mentioned before, but the people who work for the city. Tell me the name. Do you recall the name of the fellow that was running the emergency operating center? Bill something. It's been a long time.
Yeah. Well, talk about some of the people you actually remember being in there, and what were your duties? What was going on in that room?
Well, we had a long table. We were sitting around it. Our duties were we were in session. We went in session, and we're on the record, and we answered phones for one thing. But if we had a decision to make, like should we have an area restricted access or something, then we would have a vote, put it officially on record, as I recall. But in the meantime, the phones, as you were talking about chaos, 10 or 15 phones were ringing all the time. People wanting help, people wanting to get through what's going on, that sort of thing.
Great. Thank you, sir.
Chief Alley was in there?
I'm sorry, Chief. Oh, yeah. Chief Alley was a great and dear friend of mine. I'll tell you a very amusing story about Chief Alley, a couple of them. Spiro Agnew was the vice president. He came here, and there were some people that didn't like him particularly, and they had a sign that had a pejorative on it, you're a so-and-so or something. Chief Alley just walked over, grabbed the sign and tore it up and threw it in pieces, and I said, Chief, can you do that? He said, I did. That's all I said. And I would ask him a bunch. It was kind of a thing with he and I. I'd ask him, Chief, do your police officers have quotas? He said, no, sir, Mr. Hollingsworth, they can write as many tickets as they want to.
It was under a fire truck.
And so, leading up to you being under the fire truck, what happened earlier in that day?
We came to work at 6 o'clock that evening, and we had had a car fire called in at a wrecking yard, and we had to go out there, and there was 2 or 3 or 4 cars on fire out there at the wrecking yard, and we had to lay a line and put those fires out, and we came back and had cleaned up the hose and repacked the engine, and then the weather was getting kind of cloudy and at that time, and right after that, the tornado hit.
Did you have any prior warning letting you know that the tornado was coming?
No, not really. We were all out watching clouds, of course, and the first thing that we noticed was it was coming from the direction of Texas Tech, and we could see the transformers blowing up as it came, and we had a discussion on, well, this is a straight wind. No, it's not either. It's a tornado. So then everybody got in a truck or under a truck.
And so who was with you under the truck?
His name is Max Stroud, and I don't know what we thought. He grabbed my collar of my bunker jacket, and I grabbed his collar, and if it was going to take one of us, he's going to get both of us. So,
So how long had y'all been working together
at that station, I came on at that station in 62, and I'd been working at the same station, and he had, can't remember how long Mac had been on.
And so being in the police station with the tornado, what did it sound like? Or the fire department, excuse me.
There was a lot of wind, and I didn't really hear any roaring or anything, but when we decided to get under the trucks and in trucks, the front door was going about 6 inches. It'd breathe out and then breathe in, and then a lot of things hit the doors. So that's when we knew that something was happening, really, because I never heard the roar.
How did the building that you were in, the fire department, how did it hold up after the tornado?
It blew one of the walls out at the apparatus room and dropped the roof on the snorkel, and it did quite a bit of damage. We had to have a lot of rework done on it, rebuilding.
And so after the tornado passed, what did y'all do immediately after?
After that, as soon as it passed, we had to get the one of the doors was wrapped around the engine, one of the engines, and we had to get the door down and out of the way so we could go out. And half of the it was two stations in one, really, and half of the station went to the to rescue, and the other one went for backup over at number 3 station. So I went to number 3.
When you went to the fire station number 3, what was the damage that you saw, or was it too dark to see anything really?
No, it wasn't really too hard to see. Everything was pretty well devastated down to the middle of Broadway around in there. It had what was real strange and unusual. There was a car lot where they had new cars parked right close to the station, and every one of them were blowing their horns and their lights were flashing.
That's pretty weird. Do you know what car dealer it was, or was it just?
I don't know. Nobody, don't know.
And so, the day after the tornado, were you still helping out with the emergency response?
Yes, I was on duty until 6 o'clock the next afternoon, and we went to 4 or 5 fires that were going that night.
What was causing the fires? Was it gas leaks, or?
Half of them were, I think, the residents were scared still, and they probably thought they smelled something, but probably didn't. We didn't have a real bad fire, though.
That's good. How did the city go about rebuilding the fire department? How long did it take?
From my recollection, we got probably about 6 months. We were back down there at Central, and the engine I had that night stayed at number 3, and we operated out of there for about 6 months, I imagine, before we got back.
Where was the fire station number 3 located?
It was on what's now the interstate. It's right off interstate on 30, about 30th Street.
And so, how do you feel the tornado changed the city of Lubbock?
Well, it really got rid of a lot of houses. And that's the most astounding thing about it, that didn't go back. And those houses that were devastated, I guess the Civic Center was built in that area so it changed and built the Civic Center.
Back to the day after, how do you feel that the city handled the tornado destruction?
I think they did real well, because we had we had the people that were in the right place, and we had the equipment speaking for the fire department, but we had the people in the right places because we were ready for just about anything that was going to happen.
And besides the random car honkings and light flashes, what was the thing that shocked you the most about the devastation?
Well, you can't rely on going home when you go to a job. That was one of the things that I understood better because we went to work that night at 6, not thinking anything about going to work, you know. And then all of a sudden, everything was different. And you just have to count your blessings. We didn't have any, we had 11 people at that station at that time, and we had one injury, and it was to the dispatcher.
What injury happened to him?
He lost an eye. Glass cut one of his eyes.
And so how did the tornado experience change you personally?
It made me, you know, firemen get out and we think we're bulletproof, you know, but we're not. We have to be a little more careful and understand what's really happening. And I think that's how it changed me, that when you go to work at night, there's no guarantee you can come home.
Was that the plan? I'm assuming that y'all didn't have an emergency plan that said get in the trucks if the tornado hit. Was that the plan that y'all had there, or did you have an emergency sort of operation plan already?
We had the emergency operation plan, but that was this was a station that was out of service. So our plan was to, you know, split it up and half go to rescue and half go to another station for backup.
But I mean, as far as getting in the trucks when the tornado was hitting, how did that?
That was just a save yourself thing. I don't know that we have any stations with basements in them, but the trucks were the most convenient thing to get under. When I got under that truck, it was, the emergency brake was on, and it was in a gear, and it was rolling backwards. And that was a heavy fire truck. So it was quite exciting there for a while.
And you were telling us a story about the guys in the snorkel truck, and that's such an iconic picture when people think about the tornado. Will you recount that story?
Which story?
About the snorkel truck, the guys that were in.
Oh, the guys that got in the snorkel truck. It has a back seat that's as wide as the truck is. And they got up in the truck and were sitting on that seat, and after the tornado, I was talking to one, and he said, you know, it was real scary there until the roof fell on the truck, and then the truck settled down and wasn't trying to run away. So it was.
And then my only other question is, other than your duties as a fireman after the tornado, putting out fires as a result of people being nervous, did you do anything else as far as the emergency response? Were you called upon to do, search and rescue or any other jobs like that?
No, the fire department has kept up with all the technology, and they pretty well have a great plan for nearly any contingency, and I don't know that we could have done anything different. And the people that went out to rescue, they rescued quite a few people, and the other stations were still in service, and we didn't change our operating any.
But it went fairly smoothly as far as, you said your station split up and you went to Station 3?
Yeah.
Is that right? And that went fairly smoothly, it wasn't chaotic or?
No, that was just the way they had it set up then, and it worked good.
And one more question, were you personally, like your home or, family or anyone you knew injured or seriously affected by the storm?
I had an aunt and uncle that they lived on 8th Street between Central Fire Station and Tech, and their house, their roof was taken away, and that's the only one. We had to rebuild a roof and put their house back in. But that's the only one. We didn't have any relative. I thought the way the devastation was where I was, that the whole town was probably gone, but we were lucky.
I thought Sally had mentioned that you knew somebody at the country club that had either lost their house or been injured.
No, well, my mother lost a cousin out, I can't remember what the address was, but she was killed in the tornado.
And she lived in the country club addition?
Mm-hmm.
Was her house destroyed or what?
Oh yeah, there was nothing left of their house. It pulled the big cedar trees up that they had planted there, and there was a slab left where the concrete was, but that was all. It devastated it.
Where were you when the tornado hit, or when you had learned it had swept through the city?
I was in bed. I had already gone to bed, and I got a call from a friend in Snyder to ask me how I was. And I said, other than you getting me out of bed, I'm doing good. He said, well, I just heard on the TV that they had a tornado in Lubbock, and I wondered if it was affecting you. That was the first I knew about it.
Well, where did you live at the time?
3430 61st Street. So actually, we were south of the path of the tornado, although it did some damage down 50th Street.
So you said you learned about it from pardon me, a friend in Snyder?
Yes.
Over the television?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Interesting. What did you do immediately after the tornado?
Well, of course, I didn't do anything till the next morning. Then the next morning, I got a permit from the police department to go into the disaster area and drove around looking at our different sites, and there were a number of us who were doing that. And so really just kind of surveying the damage and the disaster all over the city, but particularly in reference to schools.
So is that all you really did the next day, was just observe damage?
That's correct. But now we probably had some meetings as to what were we going to do as far as the operation of school.
Okay. So how much were you involved in the emergency response?
I would say minimal. I helped in coordinating what we were going to do after that, but most of the finding the damage and those type of things would be done by our assistant superintendent for business, which was Linus Wright at that time.
How do you think the city responded to the emergency?
Oh, well, it was just astounding the way that they responded. And, we've never prepared for something such as that. But the way and they responded, and especially all I can think of is within the school district, people responded. We decided not to have school on that Tuesday, of course, but all but 9 schools came back to school on Wednesday. The 9 schools were those that were in the area, central disaster area, as well as the 1 school who had major structural damage.
Which school was that?
Estacada.
Were you involved in that decision to have the students go back to school on Wednesday?
We were all in meetings, yes.
What was your reaction to this destruction when you were driving around downtown the day after?
No, it was just, you can't use words to explain it, you know. I'll never forget driving down what is now the Loop and I-27, and I had a good friend who had a motel right there, and it was wiped out. The only thing left was a swimming pool. I found out later that they got into their bathtub and survived in that manner.
What shocked you the most when you saw the damage?
Well, of course, we were concerned about the loss of life. The damage, you know, you can repair a building, rebuild a building, but you can't do that for a life. And the tragedy of death was the thing that hit you the most.
Did you know anyone who was injured? Or?
No, I really didn't have a close personal relationship to any of those.
What was the most significant change you saw in Lubbock after the storm?
Well, the change really occurred in the next school year because of the displacement of people, students particularly, in this particular area, which was most heavily struck, you know. And we had to close 1 school beginning the next year, Carter Elementary School. I remember I went to the faculty and the principal, and they only had 74 students show up for school the next year. We had about 3 weeks, you see, left of school at the end of that year. We couldn't do much there except just try to stay calm and get it finished as casual as we could. And so we had to close Carter School and move those students to Carroll Thompson Elementary School. Then again, at this particular time, we were having people leaving in droves the Cherry Point area, which is in northeast Lubbock. And at that time, we were really wondering what are we going to do with Parkway Elementary School. And there were a lot of vacancies there, and there was places that people could be reestablished. I talked with the person who was the assistant principal at Alderson just yesterday, who became the principal the next year, and they were expecting at the beginning of the 70-71 school year maybe 400 students. They had about 700 to 800 who showed up. Now, of course, they had the summer to get ready for that, but you can imagine having to get teachers, getting rooms ready, and all those types of things. Parkway Elementary School was down to the point that we didn't know but what we would have to close it, and it had a full cadre of students by the time the school year started the next year. So as far as the schools was concerned, the biggest effect on us was the replacing or reestablishing residences for people. And the city did a good job of moving a lot of those people into the Cherry Point area where there's a lot of vacant homing.
So really, the Lubbock tornado really changed the face of the Lubbock Independent School District?
In those areas it did. And of course it affected the 9 schools that were in that particular area, although they were not structurally really damaged, they all lost students. And those students ended up in northeast Lubbock. But all of them remained open. That would be Jackson, Guadalupe, North Avenue U. There were 9 of them altogether. They all remained open.
Other than changes within the school district, did you see any other changes?
Well, the financial impact on the Lubbock Independent School District, and it's all most remarkable and a credit to our business officers that there's a estimated $100 million worth of damage in the city. In our schools, I was looking at the board minutes, and the last certified amount of money that it cost us to replace our buildings was $847,000 that was insured and $40,000 that were not. So you look at this and wonder how in the world, we had probably 45 schools at that time. I'm not sure exactly how many. But to think that we only had that amount of damage structurally that we had to repair is just amazing. And that doesn't mean that there weren't some schools that had wind kinds of damages that we would have had under a good West Texas wind. But to think of all of the money on all of the loss that was had all over the city, to think in our school district that was the intent. Although we found out later that there were some things that we weren't able to catch early. For example, the Monterey gym, their auxiliary gym. Later on, I don't remember how many months, but it started leaking. And when they went in there and looked at it, the tornado had actually lifted the roof of that building and then put it back down, but didn't put it back down where it was, but it was only off enough that nobody noticed it till it started leaking water. And then there was also a brick wall that was connected to that later had to be repaired. So, you know, the immediate, that's what cost us immediately. And that's amazing.
So, in a way, you guys were lucky that you didn't suffer.
That is correct. And I can't figure what happened like in the area of Guadalupe and Jackson, but something must have diverted that storm up and over those areas, then into the country club area, and then to hit Estacada. And almost all of the money that I was talking about was used at Estacada because it was structurally damaged to the point that it could not be used. They were out of the school building. From one person who taught there, what they said, they were out for at least a week and maybe more.
A common underlying theme in all the interviews we've done so far is how the community really responded. Many people have mentioned how good West Texas people really are, how friendly. Do you see really how the community responded?
Oh, yes. You know, that's been, you know, the kind of people we are, that if we have a problem, we all pull together and get it done. One of the things that we might mention is it was in the newspaper as if we used Smiley Wilson as a morgue. The fact of the matter is that we did, because it was in the hospital district, they did take the dead bodies there that night. But the next morning they moved them to funeral homes, but there was a lot of concern that we had used one of our schools as a morgue. And the fact of the matter is that school opened up on Wednesday morning. And those bodies were there for that night, but the next morning they were then taken to funeral homes.
Were you involved in the decision making to make Smiley Wilson a morgue?
No, as a matter of fact, what happened was the police showed up at the principal's home, and I met with him yesterday, and said, "We need you to come open up Smiley Wilson." And of course, I asked him, I said, "Did you check to make sure Mr. Williams, who was our superintendent at that time, had given permission?" He says, "You know I did." Yeah, you don't know Mr. Williams, but I guarantee you, he was the man in charge. So he had given permission for that to be used because it was there in the hospital district, and it was a convenient place. But there were some people even in the community there that were really questioned that, especially when it came out is that we had used the school as a morgue, and then on Wednesday we put students back in.
So the police requested that Smiley Wilson be used as a morgue?
I assumed that someone in the city requested that. And then the police came and got the principal to open up the building, and of course he did.
Texas Tech, and I know they graduate a week or two earlier than the public schools,
canceled their graduation.
I was to receive my doctor's degree on Saturday night, the 16th. And this person who I said calls me from Snyder was Ben Brock, who he and I had studied together all this whole year because we had used our years of residence in order to get our doctorate. And so we have never walked across the stage. They allowed us the next year to come back, but by that time, it wasn't that. So that one, and an interesting thing personally that may or may not have anything to do with what you're saying. My daughter, on May the 12th, turned 16. And all of this time, she had been prepared for me to take her down that very next morning and get her driver's license. And she really didn't see why all of this fuss kept her from getting her driver's license. But, of course, she didn't for another week or so.
That's a great story. Did LISD, were you holding LISD graduations in the Coliseum? I guess you were. I graduated in the 60s.
I just got to imagine that we were. And we probably went ahead with that, I would imagine. But I don't really know that for sure. Again.
Go back, since I was talking, go back and state that you assume graduations were held.
Yeah. Well, they were held in the Coliseum at that time. Usually we would have a smaller graduation and had some in the auditorium. But I really don't have a recollection of exactly what we did. But I'm sure that we went ahead with graduation. So I would have remembered if we didn't. But also you got to put that whole harmless clause in there. This is 40 years ago. And there's been a little water under the bridge in that time.
I guess desegregation was becoming a big issue by 1970.
Well, of course, that was the white flight out of the Northeast, Cherry Point, was the thing that was causing that exodus right there. At least, that's the claim that it is.
Do you think that the tornado, maybe I asked this a little differently, the impact the tornado had on speeding up the desegregation process, do you think it did that? Or actually maybe set it back?
Well, I couldn't make a ruling on that. Of course, we went through 18 years of court cases, and we were blamed for the exodus, which in that case we proved that was not so at all. But I think I think I would have to say overall, on the long time period, that it had a positive effect on integration. At the immediate, it probably did not. But long term, I believe that it played a positive role.
Good. Sarah, the young woman with the city, and I'll introduce you again to her.
Yeah.
Is thinking about working on a paper on the desegregation, really from the city's standpoint.
Mm-hmm.
But I told her that you were the one that would probably, because you were involved all those years.
I'm probably the only one alive that was in every meeting in every court. I'd be glad to sit down and talk with her. Yeah, but it's it's interesting how these things interrelate. But yet I think maybe not in this story should we say too much about desegregation. Yeah, no, because that's not our role.
What I wanted was, I want just that perspective.
Yeah.
Because we will save all of this footage.
Oh, yeah. Because at that particular time, there was a lot of strong feelings because of people taking and not getting any money out of their homes and leaving. And they had to blame somebody. So there immediately, but I think long term, as you look at the plans as they have evolved, I think you say it helped us.
Let's just start it off. Where were you when the tornado hit, or when you learned it had swept through the city?
Well, I was at home in the evening, late in the evening, and our power went out. We had no radio and no television, of course, and I just knew that there was a storm, and it rained heavily, just poured down rain. And when we finally learned really the basic elements of what happened, it was probably 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And I lived on West 17th Street, and our offices, we were in a construction business, and our offices were located at 3rd Street and what is now Paris Avenue. And so we began to learn some conversation about the damage being downtown and at the radio station. And so we got concerned, my brother and I, that, well, maybe the damage has destroyed our office or damaged our office. So we foolishly got in our car late at night, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, and started heading towards our office to see what had happened. And of course, we got through some heavy flooding area there at Texas Tech and east of University Avenue on 4th Street, and had to pull off and get over onto about 3rd Street, and then parked and walked to our office at midnight or after. And when we got there, the entire roof, everything was completely destroyed and gone. And so we realized, of course, that there was nothing we could do at that time of day, except we had the filing cabinets there, and one of them was to be locked, could be locked, and so we pushed the drawer to and locked the cabinet and left and went back home and decided, well, we'll do something about it tomorrow. We can't fix it tonight. So that's when we learned about the tornado. We learned what had happened. We saw some evidence, but it was so extensive that we had no idea at that time how severe it was.
How was the atmosphere of the whole city? How were things?
Oh, it was just incredibly secure, and people were helping each other and just jumping in and doing everything they could to help people. It had a great attitude, our city did.
Were you personally involved in the emergency response?
Yes, I was involved in the construction because we were in the construction industry at that time. And so we had a lot of construction repair work and reparation to do. We did a lot of it. We did, for the city of Lubbock, we did a lot of the repairs. We kind of served as a construction manager, so to speak. And we did repairs on the city hall and on the central fire station and a power plant at about 5th and Avenue J, and a number of other buildings for the city. And so we had a part in that much of it.
Mm-hmm. So
we were also involved at the Jones football stadium at the time of the damage. We were involved in putting in the AstroTurf, the first AstroTurf that went in Jones Stadium. That was in 1970, and we were in preparation for the All-Star game, which was to be held out there in August of that year. And it blew the light standards down, and so they had to quickly be repaired, and they were repaired and in service when game time came in August.
Who did you work with during
my firm was Floyd Martin and Sons, general construction company. My brother and I were in partnership at that time.
How did your role change as time went on? Did you go back and do your regular job in the days and weeks, or did you do something different?
Well, that was my job as a construction company. It was our job. Of course, we did the repair job on the tornado-damaged buildings, but then we continued on with other projects that we had under contract at that time as well.
Other than you, how do you feel like the rest of the city responded to the emergency?
To the rest of the city responded?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I thought they responded very well. I think that as I saw it, everyone who had an opportunity to help did so very well. I thought they jumped in and worked night and day to get the job done. The city officials did, school people did. It was quite I think, a sight to see how people pulled together, joined together, and helped each other during that period of time.
How was your reaction to the destruction you saw the day after the tornado?
Well, I was in awe, and I realized what a force nature has. And in a breath, hair breath, things were just exploded, just went to pieces. And those things are, they're all striking. It just brings you to your knees to think of what can happen in a moment. And when I think about the earthquakes and things that happen, I realize that they must be experiencing somewhat even more magnitude than we did, but the magnitude must be tremendous.
Tell me about the things you saw. What shocked you?
Well, I was shocked by the fact that people were just, so to speak, almost immediately out of business in lots of areas. Some people lost their entire businesses, and they had to start over again and do other things. I was a member of the Lubbock Independent School District Board of Trustees at that time, and we saw tremendous change take place in the attendance for various schools. K. Carter, for example, was damaged and was repaired all right, but when it came time for school to start in September, so many kids had been displaced that there were not enough students to really have an elementary school program there. So it was moved out and never returned to K. Carter School. And several other schools were affected in various ways by attendance and that sort of thing.
You already said that your business place was damaged. Was anything else injured in the storm? Anybody you knew, your home?
No one else was injured, no. In my home or family.
When you were at home, did you and your family take any action?
We had little children, and we just kept them comfortable, and they slept through most of it, I think. And my wife and I, we wandered around and looked and sought information, and never once thought about going out to our automobile radio and turning that radio on there. We didn't think of that. We finally we kept trying to telephone, and we got no signals. We had no telephone service, no electrical. And there was a shortage of water power there for a while, a few days after the tornado. And so you had to be very careful what water you drank. In some cases, I think people had to boil their water before they drank it.
What was the most significant change you saw in Lubbock after the tornado?
Well, I thought was a building boom. I mean, not a building boom, but a boom of pride and enthusiasm for the community, and all of this I thought improved after the tornado. I saw people coming together and doing good things for one another, and to me that's one thing that always helps, is when you do good things for people around you, good things happen.
Did you have any, were you involved in the decision of having Smiley Wilson use as a temporary morgue?
No, I have no recollection that that happened. I don't know that.
Oh, okay. So you think that the change in Lubbock, you saw the tornado, was definitely a positive one?
Yes, I do.
You do?
I think good things happened as a result of it. It took many years. Our church, for example, was the Cumberland Presbyterian Church, 10th Street and Avenue O, and it was completely destroyed. The picture of it was on the Lubbock Tornado magazine or periodical, and it was completely destroyed, so we had to rebuild. We had to find another location, and we did, and built at 78th and Indiana Avenue. And it was completed within, I believe, the second year. It was completed, and we were back in business. During that period of time, we were very fortunate to have other church congregations who loaned us their facilities so that we could meet during that interim period. And we did that. And we were very grateful that they were able to do that for us.
What do you think, the Lubbock tornado, how do you think it's important to the students today to learn and hear about this?
Well, I think it's good to know what has happened in our history. And I think we learn from that by observing what other people did during trying times and how they were able to complete their studies and go ahead with their business. And I think we learn from watching and seeing how others responded to adversity. And I think we can learn from that and see good things happen.
If there was one thing that you took out of the whole tornado situation, what would that be?
One thing that I learned from it was to be patient and to be thorough in what you do, and know that not every day you're going to have success. Not every day the things you do are going to work out for the best. And so do the best you can with what you have to work with. And I think we learned from that. I did. I learned from that after the tornado was over, we had lost our office. We had no place. We had no place to answer a telephone even. Well, here we were in the construction industry, construction business. We had projects going all over the city and outside of the town even. And how in the world are we going to be able to respond to what's needed? And but we did, because other people jumped in and helped. And one of the nicest things that happened to us after that loss of our building is Mr. John Spikes, who was a member and a director over at American State Bank, said, I have this building over here and it's vacant right now. It's on 15th Street near Avenue Q. If you want to move your stuff in there and conduct your business, please come over and look at it and do that. We'll work out something on it later, and just come on, move in. Well, we did that, and it was a fantastic thing for us because we were able to conduct our business. We and I would have to give credit to the American State Bank. They were so helpful to us during that first few days. They would call us when people would call a number. They would call us, and we would go answer the phone over at their place. So those kind of things you remember, and it's good for me to rethink about those things again. But it was tremendous for us to be able to succeed in our business. And we finished every job we had. I think we finished them all on time. And we built in a lot of new buildings. We replaced the west wall on the Central Fire Station was completely destroyed there. So we built that back up and put it in service. The City Hall downtown was severely damaged, and we replaced all of that. And so those things just bring back to my memory how we were able to jump in and do things that we never would have thought we were able to do. So I hope that kids who read about this thing will also know they can do things too. If you just set your mind to it, and you virtually have to, you can get tremendous things done.
That's great. I think that's about it.
I have a couple extra questions. Will you say one more time, I'm sorry, where was your business located? What was the address?
It was at 3rd Street and Paris Avenue. 3rd and Paris, 1 block east of Avenue Q.
Okay. And so then you relocated to a building that the John Spikes had from the American State?
Yes,
okay.
yes,
and
on
so,
15th Street.
On 15th Street. And were you involved in building the new Cumberland Church? Or was that?
Yes, I was. Yes.
Was it your construction company?
Yes. Yes, we did it. At the time of the tornado, we also had a construction project going on for the First Presbyterian Church at downtown in, I believe it's 14th Street. And we had just completed the structural steel erection on the building, but we had not completed the decking and other things that go on top of that. And so some of the news people drove by and thought that the tornado had wrecked the entire structure. So they reported that, and thank goodness it was not true, but we were able to go right ahead and finish that project. One of the big things that we had to accomplish in the aftermath of the tornado, we had to bring in people. We had to put together a staff of construction people who were knowledgeable, like carpenters, bricklayers, electricians, plumbers, all of those craftsmen. We had to be able to multiply the number of people that were working, and that's quite a job. And but we were able to do it and get through the project that way.
My last question is, would you talk a little bit more about the effects or the effect of the tornado on Lubbock schools? You mentioned what happened with K. Carter. What else did you notice, or were your observations about the effect of the tornado?
Well, it had a tremendous effect on the attendance of various schools. K. Carter was kind of the most severe, the one that I was very familiar with, but because I had started to school at K. Carter. That's where I started when I was going to grade school. And so I had quite a fond remembrance of it. And it was sad to know that there were not enough kids living in that area to make up school. I think there were 70 or something kids showed up the first day of school that year. And Dr. E.C. Leslie, I talked to him a little bit about it. He understands all of those things that were happening because he was with LISD at that time. And it had a tremendous effect on the attendance of various school properties. So he has a good deal more knowledge about that than I do. I just remember that it was somewhat problematical, but we got through it. It was served okay.
It's my understanding that you had just started with the city working as a public information officer in May of 1970. Is that right?
I had been hired the afternoon of May 11th, 1970 to be the city's first public information officer. I was supposed to go to work June 1st of 70, and that night the tornado hit. So we moved it up about 2 weeks, and I started May 18th, a week after the tornado. The night of the storm, I was still working in the news department at Channel 13 here. And I was in the Emergency Operations Center when the tornado hit. Mm-hmm. And for several days, the only contact we had to get the news out was a two-way radio in my mobile news unit. And we use that to be able to broadcast from downtown back to the station.
Okay. And so were your duties and your role in the response limited to working in the EOC, or what did you do not only on the night the tornado hit, but in the days and the weeks and the months afterwards?
The public information officer position was envisioned to be what I call a standard job, where you day to day try to get news out about the city of government and the functions and the services it provides and so forth. But in an emergency situation, it takes on an even bigger role with trying to keep the public informed on such things as emergency shelter and where to go for aid. All of those things are obviously very important in the immediate aftermath of a major disaster. Having had no experience at the time and just jumping into it, in a big way, was very stressful, but it was also a great learning experience also. As the months went on after the storm itself, I was assigned by the city manager to be the staff person for a Blue Ribbon Citizens Committee that was put together by the City Council. It was called the Citizens Advisory Committee, and it was chaired by Charles Werner, who was the president and chairman of then First National Bank of Lubbock. There were 35 citizens on this board, and they were the movers and shakers, the business community in Lubbock. And their task was to come up with some programs that the city could use to help recover from the tornado. Anytime you have a disaster that in a matter of minutes destroys about a third of your city, which that was the case with the tornado in 1970, you have a tremendous task as a community trying to not only clear the debris, not only providing emergency housing for the nearly 3,000 families that were left homeless, but also how do you start rebuilding the community? If you simply wipe everything down to the slab and carry it off to the landfill, and you don't rebuild and you don't keep the city going, you start on a process of the city declining. And so this committee spent countless hours in a very short amount of time, and they eventually came up with the idea on several projects that the city had envisioned but had not yet taken to the voters, to build the Memorial Civic Center, which would take the place of several hundred homes that were destroyed in the downtown area. The new central library we now know as the Mahon Library. The money was also envisioned to be approved for the new Canyon Lakes project. If you go back in time 40 years, Yellow House Canyon was nothing more than a dump. Literally a dump. Decades of people in Lubbock just throwing stuff in it is like a landfill. And it was envisioned to have the Canyon Lakes develop as part of our long-term water supply project and also to provide recreation. And the fourth item they came up with was a proposal to purchase land for 15 neighborhood parks throughout the newer areas that Lubbock was fixing to grow into, and that's mainly in the south and west portion of the city. The committee came up with this, and it was called the Tornado Recovery Bond Package. And an election was held in August of 1970, and the voters overwhelmingly approved these projects. As we sit here today in Lubbock, and we've enjoyed the Memorial Civic Center for 4 decades now. The Canyon Lakes system is a jewel as far as our recreation in the community, and also it does have a part in our long-term water plan. The parks that were built as a result of that are now long-developed neighborhood parks, and we've enjoyed the Mahon Library for nearly 4 decades now. Those things help jumpstart the recovery process in the city, and has allowed Lubbock to continue to grow and become the city it is today.
So as far as these actions that the commission was taking and things like that, can you give me an example, sort of what was your specific role in working with that committee?
As a staff person, you could describe it kind of as a gopher. you know, go for this and go for that. But it was also doing the scheduling, getting the committee meetings set up, and then leading the efforts to publicize the bond election and the reasons why we wanted the voters to approve it. It was great experience for a 21-year-old kid just right out of college. Even though I'd had a couple of years working as a TV newsman, I was still wet behind the ears. The good thing is that experience in bringing the community together, dealing with a disaster, and looking forward and on programs and projects that will help the city grow, those experiences 40 years later in my role as mayor were very important, and they really gave me a lot of good experience at a young age.
And not just speaking about the Civic Center and the canyon and the big projects that came out of the tornado, but just the initial response. What was your impression of how the city and the first responders, how did they deal with, you know, the destruction?
The city of Lubbock dealt with that major disaster better than any city had done in the United States, and there's a key reason for that. In the mid-1960s, the federal government, through what was then known as the Office of Civil Defense, came up with an idea to create programs in municipal governments throughout the country to do emergency operation planning, to do the training of municipal government staffs to provide emergency services, develop what's now known as emergency operating centers. Prior to the Lubbock tornado, and it's hard to fathom today because we deal with so many disasters as a nation and they're televised instantly and so forth. But prior to the Lubbock tornado, the standard operating procedure for cities when they had a major disaster, whether it's an earthquake, a tornado, a flood, or blizzard, or whatever it was everybody just run around like chickens with their heads cut off, and there was no thought. And you know, we had cities that had been had major disaster that years after the disaster there was still debris in the streets, literally, because the whole governmental entity kind of collapsed in the midst of this trauma. So there were 3 cities picked out across the country, and Lubbock was one of those. Probably because our congressman at the time was George Mahon, who was chairman of the House Appropriations Committee, who controlled the federal purse strings. But Lubbock was chosen as one of the 3, and in the late 1960s, there was a 2-year process for the city to do emergency operation planning. A full-time, it was called a civil defense director then, we now would call an emergency management coordinator, was hired. The city staff trained for nearly a year and a half, various training exercises to deal with disasters, and the city established an emergency operating center that becomes the command post where all of the city operations plus outside groups such as the National Guard, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, the county government, and so forth, where you have the decision makers in one place to be able to coordinate the efforts. All of this was new, and it was completed in November of 1969. Nobody ever envisioned that 6 months later it would actually be put into practice. So within a few short weeks after the Lubbock tornado, the streets were clear of debris. A lot of the debris that existed on private property from homes and businesses and other things that had been destroyed was cleaned up. A lot of this debris is out in the Yellow House Canyon under what we now know as the Burl Huffman Athletic Complex. That complex actually was a big caliche pit that had been mined over a number of years. The tornado debris was deposited there and then dirt placed over it and so forth, and then later the athletic complex was built on top of the tornado rubble. So those things allowed Lubbock to recover faster than any major city had ever done from any type of major disaster. In today's world, cities all over the country do emergency preparedness planning and training and so forth, but we were really the pioneers in that effort.
So So what are some examples, of things that worked really well as far as the response? I know, of course, because Lubbock had been picked as one of those 3 cities, but some of the things that really worked the best that served the citizens well during that time.
Well, debris removal is number one. You can't get in even to do search and rescue operations until you can clear the debris. The night of the tornado, all of the emergency services vehicles in the city, the number one problem was trying to keep the tires inflated. Because of the amount of debris in the streets and so forth, the tires were flat. We brought in resources not only from the city, but was then known as the Texas Highway Department, now known as TxDOT. Their crews from the National Guard, the Army Reserve. It was a truly local, state, and federal response, just simply to clean the streets up where rescue crews and rebuilding and so forth could take place. That worked very well. Emergency housing. Remember, we had nearly 3,000 families that lost either their houses or their apartments, and they had to be cared for. We put the Municipal Coliseum into service, and that was the designated shelter, temporary shelter. We had, like I say, probably 7,000 to 8,000 people being sheltered there. We could bring medical resources to that facility. We had food, water, and those types of things until either people A, found additional or replacement housing, or B, went to live with relatives or whatever. And so that worked very well also. We had one instance after the tornado itself. We had people and resources showing up from literally all over the country. I mean, we had deputy sheriffs, for example, 2 carloads of deputy sheriffs from some county in Colorado just showed up. Well, they're not even in the state of Texas, and as a matter of legality, they're not licensed to be peace officers, but in that situation, we put them to work directing traffic and maintaining security. We had a brewery in San Antonio that sent a semi-truck with quart bottles that normally would be bottled beer, but they were water. Now, this is 40 years ago. We didn't have the plastic water bottles that everybody has today, but these were the dark glass quart bottles of water. And one of the distribution points for water and food and so forth was one of the local churches. The church would not allow that trailer that had the name of the brewery on the side and so forth to distribute water there. So fortunately, we had some other distribution points in town that wasn't a big issue with them. So, there are a lot of, I guess, funny things that happened as a part of that. But the point is, the resources came in from all over that allowed us to more quickly be able to get people relocated.
And we've already talked about things that came out of the tornado, like the Civic Center, the Canyon Lakes project, but there's a lot of other ways that the city changed from the tornado. And just if you could talk about, some of the ways that you saw Lubbock change, not only physically, but psychologically and things like that.
First of all, prior to the tornado, the downtown area that we know as downtown today had been the principal shopping and commerce area of the city. All of the department stores were downtown. The building that is today City Hall was originally the Sears and Roebuck building. All of those stores, and you have to remember too that the area where the Civic Center is was all housing area, so people could walk to the shopping and so forth. As far as how far Lubbock had developed, there was nothing outside of Loop 289. I mean, other than maybe a few farmhouses. Channel 13 was out in the country on South University. The development hadn't even gotten to Loop 289 inside the city, basically west of Indiana. So after the tornado, because of the loss of residents in the downtown area, and because of the need at the time for bigger shopping areas, for example, South Plains Mall came into being in 1974. And it was literally out in the country when it was built. A lot of the shopping areas along 50th Street ensued after the tornado. So there was a shift in the retail trade that had always been in downtown to the suburban areas, and so downtown no longer had the retail trade. Today we're dealing with those same issues on how to attract people back to the downtown area. Probably the biggest change, though, was social in nature. You have to keep in perspective that the tornado happened in 1970. In 1964, 6 years earlier, Congress passed the Civil Rights Act. And prior to that time, even in Lubbock, Texas, there had been segregation of the races with African Americans in one section of town, Hispanics in another section, and Anglos in the third. As a result of the tornado, the races worked together because we were all victims of this disaster. And the societal changes that were going on with doing away with the vestiges of segregation based upon race were accelerated. That change was accelerated in Lubbock, and to the good, where we probably made that adjustment as a major city much faster than most large cities in the state. And to our credit, we became a community where all of the races worked together on things. Prior to that time, it was really segregated. We even had segregated schools, where we had some schools only for black students and others for white students. And all of those barriers broke down much more quickly as a result of recovery from the disaster.
Mm-hmm. And finally, just my last question is, after...
Sarah, I'm going to turn him just
Yeah,
a little.
this thing keeps turning.
Yeah.
And,
We're going to have the back of his head here in a minute.
yeah.
All right. Finally, my last question is... Oh,
Just
sorry.
a little dot
Oh, you can see that. Wow.
What's
there.
that?
Barely. There's a little dot there. I thought maybe it was just some fuzz, but it doesn't show up too bad. I thought maybe it was just some wind.
How's that? I'm sorry, this chair, I'm not doing anything. It just keeps,
Watching and
it just keeps turning on me. And
Well, my final question is, having lived through and experienced the tornado and having been part of the emergency response, how did that experience inform your decisions in the way you work, not only as a public information officer, but in the other ways you've served the city of Lubbock over the years?
the issue of societal integration, the issue of the changing demographics within the city, and the change where we didn't have just one central business area, we have commercial businesses throughout the city, made it even more important that the city as a whole be realized that's what needs to happen. The idea that you have segregated areas within the city was wrong type of thinking. And since the tornado hastened our ability to be an integrated society, that's a good thing. Today as mayor, I would say it in these terms: there are no unimportant parts of a city. Every part of the city, whether it's Lubbock or any others, are important. And as mayor, you're elected citywide by all of the voters, and you have to have what I would call a global view of the city as a whole. In the political process, our council representatives are elected from geographical districts. Everybody I've ever served with, of course, keeps the whole city in mind. But first and foremost, it's who, you dance with who brung you to the dance. And the voters in their district brought them to the dance. And so, as a mayor, you have to get the consensus, hopefully of the entire group, but certainly of a majority, to make sure that decisions that are made are good for the entire community, and that we don't leave any people out of things that we do to improve our community.
I think that's it. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it.
appreciate it.
Okay.
What is your recollection of literally the tornado hitting? You were in the emergency operations center?
I was, yeah.
Talk just a few minutes about what the initial reaction was.
The Emergency Operations Center is located in the basement of what is now known as the police station. Back then it was the City Hall. And we had heard reports from the police and fire radios and Public Works and LP&L's radios. The tornado was moving into the downtown area, and you could, all of the things, the central fire station, the roof collapsed on top of all the fire apparatus, and that was at 6th and K. It's now the Underwood Center for the Performing Arts. The police station was right on the other side of City Hall, and when the tornado was hitting, the police dispatcher obviously was, in a panic. As the tornado came through and came across City Hall, in the basement we could hear this loud roar. I mean, I've never heard anything like it in my life, but it sounded like a big freight train. That's always the standard thing people talk about because it's true. It sounds like a freight train going right over. And I remember asking, Wayne Sherrill was the city's traffic engineer at the time, and he was there standing next to me, and I said, "Is this building going to collapse?" And he says, "No, it's made of reinforced concrete and steel, and the building will not collapse." And it didn't. It blew all the windows out, just basically destroyed everything inside, but the building itself stood. As the tornado was taking out the police station, J.T. Alley, who was police chief, started down the hall in the basement and was going for the stairs to go up and try to go over to the police station to see what had happened. And he said, "Come on." And so I followed him, and we went down the hall and up the stairs. And in the hallway on the first floor, going to the west, the doors open into an underground parking area that then on the other side is the police station. As we approached those glass doors, the glass was broken out, and the wind was whistling from the north to the south through that parking garage, probably 100 to 150 miles an hour. It was unbelievable. You could barely stand up. And Chief Alley stepped through those broken glass doors and into the alley, and just at that time, this huge aluminum sign that was probably 3 foot by 3 foot that had been over the north end of the driveway, and it was the Lubbock Power and Light drive-in windows. That sign came slicing through, I mean literally 100 miles an hour, and missed Chief Alley by that much. Had that hit him, it literally would have sliced him in half. I mean, and of course, we thought better of trying to step out into that area and waited a minute or two, and the wind started subsiding as the tornado continued moving to the north. And so, those are some of the things I remember. The first time I really got out of the center and was able to get outside the building and try to take a look around was about 2 o'clock in the morning. Interestingly, all the lights, obviously were out downtown. The power system was out. The only things that were lit was the building that you now know as the Wells Fargo building downtown. At the time was the First National Bank Pioneer Natural Gas building. It had an emergency generator in the basement that was powered by natural gas. So the lights in that building were on, although all the windows were blown out and the offices, things strewn, hanging out the side of that building. And at 10th Street and Avenue K, there was a street light, and the bulb was hanging down, and that bulb was lit. Now, to this day, I have no earthly idea how that was lit because the power system was out. But there was that one light bulb hanging down at 10th and Avenue K. As the time went on, and several days after the tornado, there were all sorts of things that just looked impossible. Up about 2nd and Avenue H, there used to be a grocery store there. I think it's a bingo hall now. and the street was much narrower. It's been widened over the years, but there was a tree out front, and the tree was probably this big around, what that'd be, 3 or 4 inches in diameter. And there was a glass, not plastic, but glass Coke bottle stuck right through the tree. It was not chipped or damaged or anything. It was just like a missile stuck right through that tree. And people that lived through the experience and the aftermath would all have stories about some unusual thing like that. It was an experience I don't care to live again. But the good news is if we have a similar type disaster, this city was prepared 40 years ago, and it's prepared today. And you notice this thing keeps turning over here.
Describe a little more of the scene of that when you went out at night. So
Yeah.
again, most of the lights are out through the building. Describe the scene by daylight and what you saw the first time.
Well, in the daylight, after the morning after the tornado, is just piles of rubble everywhere. I mean, cement, wood, glass, cars turned upside down, cars in the streets that had tried to drive through and lost all 4 tires. One of the other things about the tornado that very few people realize is most of the critical city facilities were taken out by the tornado. You couldn't have planned a route for a storm any better than what happened to take out virtually the entire critical infrastructure. Just think about it. The tornado took out the city hall, the central police station, the central fire station, the city garage at 5th and Avenue J, and so we had dozens, if not hundreds, of vehicles destroyed on the ground. One of the city power plants at 5th and Avenue J was destroyed. As the tornado continued to the northeast, it got up to Municipal Hill, up where McKenzie Park is, near Meadowbrook Golf Course. It took out the second city power plant on Municipal Hill, the city warehouse, the city garage. Took out several dozens of city vehicles up there. And then continued as it went northeast. It took out the neighborhood known as the Country Club Edition, which is just south of Lubbock Country Club. The tornado then went across the airport. Now, in 1970, the terminal we have today wasn't there. The terminal was on the west side where the Silent Wings Museum is. It destroyed a bunch of T-hangars. It did major damage to the airport terminal. It went across the airport, and the last thing it hit before it went into the clouds was the Weather Bureau office, which was on the east side of the airport. As you go to the airport today, you see the big white radar dome. That is the weather radar. The offices used to be right below that back in 1970. Today, the offices are actually out at the Science Spectrum. But it just took out so much of the city's ability to respond, even with good planning and preparation and all of this. But even in spite of those things, we still were able to respond and very quickly get our city back in order.
Do you recall the night of the storm, how difficult it was to get in to even look for injured people and survivors because of electric lines on the ground?
Yeah, I was obviously in the center and was not out in the field doing search and rescue operations. But the police and fire staffs, the National Guard, people that have been mobilized and brought in, were having a terrible time being able to find people trapped in the rubble or bodies that were in the rubble. We had electric lines down everywhere. We had debris everywhere. The vehicles were getting flat tires, because of the nails and debris and so forth. And it took several days, literally, of teams, and they sectioned the damaged area off and methodically went through to check to see if people were still under piles of debris and were injured, or you found a body where they had died. if you've seen a lot of the footage of the earthquake in Haiti, of course that was a big major disaster, but in terms of geographical area in Port-au-Prince, for example, it's not much different than the geographical area of the Lubbock tornado, albeit we had at the time fewer people. We don't have 1 million people in our city. At the time we had about 150,000 residents. So search and rescue is a tough proposition in any type of disaster, because being able to get the people mobilized to be able to start. But then how do you arms and legs work really good, but if you've got a 10,000-pound piece of concrete and steel, it's hard to get it moved. So it takes a number of days to be able to try to account for everybody.
She and her husband were living in an apartment downtown, and they lost the apartment and they lost their car, and they were in a theater up here on Broadway, just Midway Theater, just across.
Yes.
Q.
Yes, I know where. Yes.
The roof off. And then they moved to Wichita Falls, and they lost their house and their church in the
Wichita Falls tornado.
So anymore, if it's bad weather, we don't let her come over.
That was in what, 70? What was Wichita Falls? 73, 74?
Somewhere in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They hadn't been there very long when that happened.
Leave Lubbock and go to another one.
Yeah. So we do try to make her stay at home if it's bad.
All right, during that tornado, when it hit the Metro Tower, and it wasn't called the Metro Tower then, but it hit Great Plains Life Building, Insurance Building, what it was called, and the fancy Lubbock Club was on top floor, and they was giving a big dinner up there, and when it hit, of course, it twisted the whole building, twisted the Great Plains building, blew out all the top floor, all the windows and stuff like that. And I remember that there was some people coming down. They had got on the elevator, which never do, and the elevator, it came down on the first floor. It was going nearby in the basement, but it was about this much that finally got the. Yeah, well, you're trying to climb back because on the first floor you had about this much opening. Because finally got the doors open, and of course the elevator was down. The floor of the elevator was down here, and you had about this much to try to get out of, and they were crawling. A lot of people were crawling trying to get out on the first floor, and you never heard so much cussing in your life. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, well, we're rolling, so I'll hand over whenever you're ready.
Okay, so can you please say and spell your first and last name, please?
First name is Floyd Price, Floyd Price.
All right, so where were you exactly when the tornado hit?
Well, I was at East 19th Street in Loop 289. That's where I was, in the patrol car.
What was around there at that time?
Well, it was cotton fields out there at that particular location, a few farmhouses, and that's about all was there.
So when the tornado actually hit, were you hiding in a shelter somewhere, or were you just watching it from afar?
No, my partner and I, we were on what we call weather watch, and we were going around the whole Loop 289, which is about 27 miles on the outside, 26.9 on the inside. So we was going around the loop, watching for weather and see if we could see the tornadoes forming and whatever when that happened.
So when the tornado was hitting, what did it sound like?
Freight trains, about 10, 15 of them at one time.
Oh, wow. I've never experienced a tornado. That seems really crazy. So what did you do immediately after the tornado had struck?
Well, but let me back up. Before it had struck, every time it was lightning, thunder and lightning, we would see a funnel cloud. Well, the funnel clouds came from toward the Brownfield area, and it was more than one. And it came over southwest Lubbock, and it started coming down all about the central part of our city. And it looked like to me now, every time it was lightning and thunder. Looked like to me it's 5 or 6 tornado clouds hanging out. And so we called back and says, hey, we've got a problem. And this thing is going to explode and tear up. We thought it was going to tear up everything. But it sort of went back up a little bit. Then it came down again, right downtown. And it was going sort of a northeasterly direction. And it was just, it was just moving and just tearing down everything that we could see. When it lightened and thunder, we could see it doing that. Debris flying everywhere. So the first thing I thought about was going checking on my family.
So did you actually get to go check on them after it had struck, or were the roads bad, or were you called to do other things?
Well, it blew out our communications. We didn't have police communication because it did hit the police department, and it tore up our communication line. So we didn't have any contact with the police department at all. And at the time, we didn't have cell phones, so we couldn't call. And plus, it destroyed most of the telephone lines downtown. And first thing my partner and I did, we started back toward coming downtown, but we had to stop. Of course, I live in northeast Lubbock. I was going to stop and check on my family because it seemed like to me the tornado just going to tear everything up over in the Cherry Points area where I lived. And when I got there, well, number one, it was so much water. Water was up above, just about above the headlights on the cars. So much water. It raining so hard. And so finally got to my residence and checked on the family. Of course, no lights, but found them to be okay. And then tried to call back downtown, couldn't do it, and we started working our way back down to the downtown area.
And so you said you went to check on your family and they were all okay. Did they have any prior warning of this tornado, or were they just caught in the middle of it?
At the time, we didn't have the good Doppler system like we had, and that's why we was on tornado watch. And we had a little warning, but not much, probably 10, 15 minutes. And of course, it seems like a lifetime when you're out there in the middle of one of those tornadoes. Never will forget how horrible it felt, and it got real quiet before it hit. It was so still and quiet. And then all of a sudden, boom, it hit, and everything went crazy. So didn't have a whole lot of warning. If we had had the system we have now with the radars and the weather system we have now, we would have had lots of warning, but we didn't have a whole lot of warning.
And so you were in Northwest Lubbock checking on your family, then you had to head back downtown to see, did you try to go back downtown to the police department or anything?
Well, what we were going to do is, because there were so many buildings that was torn up, it was called McKenzie Village then, there at Parkway Drive, and it was called Quirt Avenue, but it's MLK now. It was completely torn up. The United Supermarket was there. TGNY was there. The Motor Day. Lots of the businesses that is in the mall now was there at the Parkway Mall. And those buildings was devastated. Glass everywhere. And we were looking to see if there were anyone hurt in those buildings. Didn't find anybody injured anywhere in the northeast part of their community. Didn't find any injuries there. So we started working our way down Parkway Drive toward the Guadalupe area where the Civic Center is, and that's where we found lots of injured and casualties in that area.
Was there anything going on in the city, any parties or like any galas or what they have now? Was there anything going on to where there's a lot of people in a certain area that was hit by the tornado?
Well, it was just a normal day when it happened, and of course, I remember the building was called the Great Plains Life Building. It's a Metro Tower now. It was one of the tallest buildings in Lubbock. I remember that building was hit, and the building was twisted. And of course, bricks started falling off the north side of the structure. And there was a club on top of that building. I believe it was called the Lubbock Club at that time. And there was a lot of people up there. And we had to get them out of the elevator when it was down on the first floor. The elevator got stuck between the first floor and the basement, and we had to get a lot of people out of there. Didn't find a whole lot of injuries, but lots of people was scared and frightened, and glass and everything was just torn up. And of course, you had other thing you had to worry about was the ravishing and the thievery that possibility was going to take place, because all those stores downtown, the J.C. Penney's and the Montgomery Wards and the Sears and all those, they were all wide open. I mean, all the glass was gone and the merchandise was still inside, so we had to try to get in there and not only look for people, we had to try to keep the purifiers down, people from stealing.
So were all the policemen called, or did they decide to get back in their uniforms to help out even though they were off duty?
They were all called, and one that you could not call, the on-duty officers went to their homes, and everybody was on duty.
Okay, so how long were you at the Great Plains Life Building trying to get out? Like, you said that you were trying to pull people out of elevators. Was it just for a while, or was it just for...
It was a while, because what we did, we had to disperse and go, because downtown was completely ravished. The Guadalupe area was completely torn up. And, of course, northeast Lubbock was torn up pretty good. The country club out there, Hillcrest Country Club, out there at the Lubbock Country Club, not Hillcrest, but Lubbock Country Club, was lots of death and injuries and destruction there. So you're talking about a police department probably had 260, 70 people, and we were trying to get to these locations to try to see how many people was hurt, if we could get how many structures was damaged, and so it was total chaos for a while.
So there are many buildings that were damaged, and were there any schools or any buildings like that in the Guadalupe area that got completely torn up?
No, I can't remember any schools that was torn up. We had some glasses, windows blown out, but schools pretty well held their own. I remember that some windows was blown out in Alderson Academy. Well, it was a junior high school at that time. Some windows was blown out, but basically the school was still intact.
So how late were you up that night trying to make sure everything was okay with the city?
I was up all that night, and I got into bed about 10 o'clock that following morning, and then I had to go back to work. We was on 12-hour shifts, 7 days a week. So, and I just happened to pull the night shift. I would go on at 7 at night and get off at 7 the next morning. And so I went in, and of course I had some damage to my property. At the time we had an air conditioner on the top, and all of that had blew off and had a big hole up there, and some of the trees had blown down. I had some fruit trees completely uprooted, and just a section of my fence was broken, but didn't do that much damage because we just got the wind part of it. And of course at the Lubbock Country Club, they got the full blunt of that tornado, and like I said, it was a lot of devastation there.
So I'm sure your shift the next day was completely different because the city had been destroyed. So how did your duties change as a police officer at that time during your next shift?
Well, what we would do, the police department itself, we had lost our communications and a little damage, but we didn't get that much damage. And I remember that KFY radio station right across the street, and it didn't get damaged that much because it was used as a broadcast, communication area. And I remember I had an old pickup that I had driven to work, and it was parked across the street, right across from the police department there on Avenue J, on the corner of 9th and J. I remember that old pickup had all the glasses shattered. Not one was blown out, but they was all shattered. And looked like someone took a shotgun and shot it up. That's how many rock and gravel had hit the paint job.
Oh, wow. So there was a lot of destruction, but what shocked you the most out of just everything?
Well, when you're out there and you see all the destruction, all the property damage, you see so many bodies mingle and so much hurt. You're just in a state of shock. I mean, all you're just going through and you're doing what you've been trained to do, and you're really not thinking. And it don't hit until after everybody has been accounted for, and we had hundreds and hundreds of people was wounded, 20 plus had died, and it didn't hit you. And we were, about 2 weeks later, it actually hit how serious this thing was. Because when you would drive down any avenue and you look downtown, it looked like somebody had dropped an atomic bomb downtown. I mean, everything was completely destroyed. And then it really hit look at the devastation, and you got to thinking about all the families that lost loved ones. And we had total families that were completely wiped out. All children was killed, mom and dad. And one guy that I work with at the police department, his sister's whole family was killed. So, you got to deal with that. And then you got all the funerals that's going to, in the middle of all this devastation, and people coming from all over the place, and all the power lines are down, and you don't know which one's alive and which one is not. And we had flat after flat after flat because we were driving in glass sometime all over the street. And so, it was devastation. It was chaos. I don't ever want to experience that again.
How long did it take the city to recover from this?
Oh, my stars. And of course, we had a city manager and the mayors and the council and the city staff. They really did put this thing back together. And it seemed like to me it took for years, and I don't know how many years, it took for years to me to see Lubbock, see all the skin put back on the bones of Lubbock, Texas. So I don't know how many years it was. I remember that we had an old building there on Avenue, it's 4th Street, right off of Buddy Holly Avenue. It was Avenue H then. And that old building stood there, seemed like forever before finally got it torn down. And of course, every time you go by there, your memory goes back to all the loud noise, the thunder, the lightning, the glass break, and the people that are caught in these things and all the hurt. So it just redo your mind all the time, over and over and over. And it takes forever. And it's been about 40 years. And every time May 11 come up and they start talking about this, it just refreshes your memory just like you were there, because it goes right back to where you were exactly. And you start coming from that area down through the channels to the home, and coming down through Parkway Drive and looking and going all the way downtown and trying to help with all the devastation, the injured people. So it just brings your mind back to it. You never outlive that.
What's the most significant change you've seen in Lubbock from that day until now?
Well, you go back and you look at the area where the Civic Center is, and in that area. Well, in that area where lots of families live, single-family homes was there. And so from that single-family homes, we find that we've got our Civic Center is there, our hotel is there. You've got lots of things that has been built there, and that the library is there. And these things were built there after the tornado. So you see, and I hate to use this, you see something good after devastation. And I'm so glad that you saw some new stuff go in there where it won't remind you so much. If we had left it vacant and not put something in there, that would have been a reminder of all the homes and all the lives that had been lost down that area. So we seen the DPS building came there. The post office was built in that area. So we saw lots of good things built there on the devastation that we had saw back in May 11 of 1970.
And you referred to the Civic Center, and I believe that the Civic Center was a memorial to those who had experienced the tornado, but many people don't know that.
Yes, it was.
Can you explain why the city decided to do that?
Well, that's where lots of people had lost their lives, and the majority of the people that was killed during the May 11 tornado was in that area, in the area where Civic Center is, and so that's why the dedication was made to that to those that had passed on.
Is there anything else that you would like to add about this? Or?
Well, I look at Lubbock now, and I look at the modernization of all the weather and all the computers, and it gives us lots of time. Give us time to get out of harm's way. I wish we had had that. And of course, as a wish, you never get your wish list. I wish we'd have had that back there during that time. We wouldn't have lost so many people. Wouldn't have been so many hurt. And I remember that we had to use one of our schools for the morgue. And we used the school there at 30th and Quaker. And it was, we used that as a morgue for people, the bodies that, because the funeral home, some of the funeral homes downtown was damaged too. So we didn't have the facilities to, with so many people that was killed and so many was hurt. And, you know, you just sometimes, you know, you get goosebumps when you think about how many people that could have been killed if it had hit down in Southwest Lubbock. And because that's where it came from. So you get to thinking about that, and we were blessed to not lose as many people as we did. We was real blessed because if it really could have been devastating.
Floyd, go back and talk for just a moment. That would be Smiley Wilson Junior High.
That is correct.
Talk just a little bit about who made that decision, if you know, or what prompted the decision to use that school as a morgue.
Well, you know, I don't actually know who made the decision because, you know, being a police department, we were so busy looking for people and trying to make sure that people were safe, that the business was safe. But it was a joint effort between LISD and the city of Lubbock, and they made the decision to utilize that building. But as far as names, I don't have the names of the people who actually says, okay, let's do this, that, and the other. I do well know that it was a cooperation. I've never seen so much cooperation with all the agencies in the city, in the school district, and the police department, the Lubbock County Sheriff Department, the EMS, all the hospitals. I've never seen so many people working together as one unit. And I never in my imagination would imagine that a city as large as Lubbock was at that time with so much devastation, with so many different agencies, that they could work that smoothly together. And that was a great thing that nobody would ever thought that this thing would happen. But Lubbock was it was on the national news how good that we worked to put this thing back together. So that was, I guess that's the upside of this thing.
Do you recall K. Carter Elementary there on Avenue Q that turned into Scottish Rite? Can you describe the devastation around that school? Because it closed because the neighborhood disappeared.
Yes, it was Overton North at the time, where of course we see it now as built up, but Overton North, there's lots of single family homes there, and lots of people got lost their lives in there too, and that was completely devastated. And there was a lot of apartments built in that area. After it was cleared off, apartment owners came in and they built lots of apartments in there. Well, at the Clayton Carter School, it was still standing. Had some damage, but it was still standing. The schools didn't really get a whole lots of damage, windows blown out, whatever. Of course, that was closed, the school was closed, and LISD sold that building or gave that building away to the Scottish Rite people. And so it was there a long time until the Overton revitalization happened. Then we'll find that Walgreens sits there now. Well, you know, right after that, we put up what we call our alarm systems all over the city. And anytime there was a threat of bad weather, those sirens would go off. And you would hear the sirens all over. But now, since you got such good commercial weather reporting, and the city, we've got what we call our EEOC. Anytime we have a threat of bad weather, well, we man our EEOC center, and we stay in contact with all the different weather agencies, different law enforcement agencies, all the other agencies that is concerned about if there is a tornado, if there is some type of weather that's going to come in and be a devastation to the city, we're already prepared. And so it's not like it was in May 11 of 1970. We weren't prepared. We are prepared now. So I think now that if we just listen to the national weather, and if we just look at our local weather, I think we'd be okay.
Talk just a moment about some of the attributes that the folks
This is a unique area. The South Plains, West Texas South Plains is unique simply because we are the hub of the friendliest people in the world, is right here. And really, people don't understand what this area is all about until there is a need for help. I remember working down in the downtown area when the tornado hit. It was so hot during that day, and probably 100, 105, and some of the officers was blistering, and we couldn't leave our post. We had to stay there. And people were allowed to come down through. They would bring food, bring water to us, and I mean, they were just so kind to us. And not only were they kind to the police department, we found that people were helping others who really was in need. And I don't find that anywhere else in the United States of America. Here in Lubbock, we are just people who really care. When there is a need, the people will come and they will do exactly what it's going to take to get that need satisfied. So this is a unique city, a unique area. South Plains hub. I mean, I've never seen anything like that. Yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you.
What memories, huh?
Well, it never leaves you because anytime that you think about, anytime somebody say it, you relive it again. It's right there. Yeah, that never leaves you. No.
It seems like in one way that it's been so long ago, and in another it seems like yesterday.
Well, every
To start things off, where were you when the tornado hit, or when you had learned that it swept through the city?
Okay, I recall that that afternoon I was still living with my parents at home. I was finishing my first year at Tech, and it was the afternoon about maybe 5 or 6 that it was really raining quite hard, and there was a lot of wind. But I was there in my mom and my father's home when the tornado passed.
When you experienced the tornado, just tell me about it. Did you experience it?
Yes, I did. I recall that. I have 2 other sisters, but they weren't at home. They were out. I think they were working that afternoon, and it was me, my brother, my youngest brother, and my mother and my father. And when we first learned that something was happening, because actually we didn't hear any type of siren on that occasion, then what we did was after a while, after the hard rain and the wind, we noticed that everything started calming down, and it was really, really silent. And about that time, we walked further, closer to our street, and looked towards the west, and we could see like a big black brown cloud, and we could see like sparks going off, and things coming out of that cloud also. Flares, and evidently at that moment it was hitting Texas Tech University, and I think it went right over the stadium. And the next day, I remember we saw the lamps, the lights to the stadium, a couple of those on the ground.
So how did the building you were in handle the storm?
Well, the house we lived in was fairly, it had been built fairly new, so I guess the structure was, pretty good. I do remember that when the tornado actually passed over us, that we could
of course, hear the windows, breaking and doors opening up and swinging open, and I could hear just a rumbling, and I could hear we were both my mother and my father put my brother at the bottom of the hallway. I was on top of him. Then my mom was on top of me, and my father was on top of all of us. But he had pulled like a sofa chair all over all of us, and I just remember sitting there and just praying. And I heard my mother praying as fast as she could, and I had never heard some of those prayers in my life, but she evidently came up with prayers that had something to do with getting this tornado out of there. But I just remember that distinctly.
What did you see when you went outside after the tornado had passed?
Well, I lived in it's in the area right west of the overpass that goes out over Avenue Q. Our street, there was houses that were hit pretty severely. And what was most notable was at the end of the block there was it had been a restaurant, and then later I think some college students took it over as like a fraternity house. But that building, the whole roof was in the middle of our street. So the people were, of course, out and about looking and just scared about what had happened. And but we did have some homes that were demolished. I remember after that that we walked into the main barrio in Guadalupe, and that's where a lot of the houses were actually just torn down completely. And you asked about the structure of our house. What it did, it just sort of the pressure of the tornado created lifted the roof somewhat. So that's the major damage to our house. And then, of course, 2x4s and other things that came in through the windows and just stuck in through the walls.
Were you involved in their emergency response?
Yes, I think everybody in the barrio was involved in that emergency response. So I was mentioning earlier that the Guadalupe Neighborhood Center that was on Avenue P and First Street was the focal point for relief for most of the barrio, because that's where everybody would congregate at. You have different functions and parties and baptismals and everything that you can imagine. So like it was like a common ground, and and we had, of course, at that time a lady by the name of Barbara Somerville that was in charge of that center, who was very active in getting help immediately into the barrio. I remember that people started donating a lot of things. They didn't have space to put it, so they were able to get a big old tent, and where they could store all the things that were coming in from out of town. I remember that there was even a truck from Waco, Texas, from some student groups, and I think a Mayo truck came in from Waco with full of food and clothes, and then throughout this time, of course, we had people like from the Salvation Army that would come through in their trucks and provide meals, because we were without electricity for about a month, and we did have water but no electricity. So we ended up using a lot of that kerosene lamps and Coleman lamps, those types of things, so that at nighttime. But let me just say that right after the tornado, for 2 or 3 days, it was, you would, if you drove through or walked through the barrio, the Guadalupe barrio, it was really spooky because it was so dark. There was no light at all. But I think that the important thing here, I remember that there were a lot of people from the community that helped in the efforts. I remember Mr. Ernesto Barton. He's from one of the television stations here. He was in a car going through the streets, talking to people about what the dangers were, if there was any tornadoes that were forecast for that next day. He was just giving information about where you could go to get some help. So those types of things were really important. There were a lot of older gentlemen that were involved in that, and of course the city also.
If whenever when you're at home, you already told us a little bit about it, but did you take any other action?
Well, I put my life in the hands of God. That's the only thing that I can say I did, because I really thought that was the end, because as it was going through, it was so powerful and so pounding, and you just couldn't imagine anything withstanding any of that force. So I remember just holding my brother real hard down into the floor, pushing him down, and my mother on top of me. That's all I could do.
Whenever you helped after the storm, who did you work with?
Well, I worked with Guadalupe Center for a time, because we were about three of us guys from the barrio that were had come out of, well, we all graduated from Lubbock High, but we were in our first year at Tech. We were hired to help in the efforts to bring in refrigerators, stoves, and all that type of thing that was being donated. So we were going out on daily and going to homes where they were giving us an opportunity to bring those refrigerator stoves, anything that they had. Mostly it was like large appliances at that time.
Where were you all located?
The Guadalupe. It was located right there in the middle of the barrio, right there on First Street and Avenue P. And like I said, that's been was a center that had been utilized by the residents of Guadalupe for years and years, and it's a place like where you go to for refuge and for play and for recreation. I remember one time when I was little, we used to go there after school and just play different games and stuff like that.
How did your role change as time went on?
Well, I do remember that because the tornado itself, apart from the actual impact, the consequences and the things that needed to be done in order to make things better and right, some of those took an effort that took years. I remember working with CAB, with the Community Action Board, and we had a survey that we were doing not only here in Lubbock but also in Slayton. I remember we visited the homes there to see what type of emergency aid they needed, and this was done not. I don't recall if it was that same year, or the following year, but that was one of the things that was done that I can remember, and it was all related to the tornado. The other thing is when the city of Lubbock was wanting to start to rebuild, and we had all these empty lots, especially in the barrio, that needed to be maintained, and at that time, urban renewal was here in Lubbock in a big part, and they decided to hire about 6 or 7 crews of young people, of junior high and high school students, during the summer, and I was one of the crew chiefs, I guess, I don't know what you call them, but we we would take those kids, about maybe 7 to 10 kids, and we'd go into the lots and just cut the weeds with those what do you call them, sickles, or and that provided jobs for the young people, a lot of them from the barrio. And that was a good thing because, you know, those weeds create a lot of mosquitoes and all that during the summer. So those two things, the survey that was done by CAB, I'm not sure if it was that year or the following year, and also the part that Urban Renewal took in trying to get these lots cleaned up and get some of that those weeds. Mostly, it was the concern was mostly the weeds. So we had the kids out there cutting weeds.
How did the city respond to the emergency?
Well, I think like any other city, they have great concern because, you know, especially in this situation, because you had a number of deaths at 26 or 27. I don't remember what. I mean, there were 6 just from the Guadalupe barrio itself. I think that the city, I mean, I wasn't too much in that sphere of the efforts, but I'm sure from what I saw, there was a lot of effort to bring in relief type organizations, the Red Cross, the Salvation Army, SBA, was Small Business Administration, came in, and they were really good because in a lot of instances they were counseling some of the people that were living in the barrio because many of them, in fact, they thought that they were paying for their property, and it wasn't. They were still paying rent, and that was really a surprise to a lot of people. So those are situations that, you know, we became aware of because of the tornado. So, and then of course, I don't know to what extent the city had anything to do with the insurance companies, because insurance companies were coming in the next day to try to assess what the damage was in some of these homes, and then a lot of the people were still traumatized by what had happened, and you know, they were still you know, trying to interview and make settlements there on the spot, and it was things that, you know, I think that I don't know, people needed to really take a lot of precautionary measures, because you don't want to accept something that's in the long run is going to, you know, be detrimental to your property. So that's about it.
Do you feel the city responded positively? Did a good job?
Yes, I think that they did. I think that, I mean, we're all human beings, and I think that when there's a need for helping someone, especially if it's one of your citizens in your own city, you're going to try to do everything that you can, you know, to help out. And I think the city was sincere in trying to remedy the situation and trying to bring in whatever hope, because that's what it many times amounts to hope that you're going to be able to, you know, surpass this and move on with your life and hopefully make it better. And in Guadalupe, I think in a large part we have seen that hope materialize, because we have I think a very nice community. I think we have people that really care about the community, and that's, you know, it's sad that a lot of the people that live there had to leave, but like my wife always says, they always come back to our community because their heart is there. They feel like they're a part of it. And you go to Arnie Benson, you go to the Cherry Point area, anywhere where people lived at one time or other, either grew up or, you know, lived in the barrio at one time, they still remember it. And they, I think that the barrio, in a way, provides a lot of leadership in that sense.
What was your reaction to the destruction you saw the day after the tornado?
Oh, it was, well, the day after, that night of the tornado, we did walk into the middle center of the barrio, and we couldn't see anything because it's so dark, but we did visit family members and friends, compadres, and you could see that their homes were totally gone, and it was I mean, they were alive and they were happy to be alive, but there was also despair in their eyes, because what are we going to do now? You know, it's like looking to the next day is really a difficult thing, because here you are in the middle of the night and you've got everything around you. It's shambles, and what's going to come tomorrow? And so it was bad. It was bad. I know one of my friends, I mean, a telephone pole came down on their house right there on Avenue P. They were all gathered. It's a big family. They were all gathered around the bed, and one of the walls came down with the telephone pole. He was stuck underneath the wall and the bed, trying to get out. And they finally got him out. I don't know how long it took him, but and no one was really injured. But that must have been really frightening to see it, to feel a telephone pole come down on your bedroom. I know that people when we would walk into the streets would ask us, well, they'd ask, how is your mother, or, you know, how are you all doing? And they were concerned because if they had grown up with them, or if they knew them, and they wanted to know, is there anybody that hurt anywhere that you know? And one of the biggest dangers at that time was the telephone lines and electrical lines that were down. A lot of them were still alive. The wire and the electricity was still there. So we had to really be careful where you stepped in, especially at night. Yeah.
Were you or anybody you knew injured in the storm?
People that we knew, ladies. I know that one of the ladies that died, Miss Price. A lot of people, you know, when there's something happens, they run to the church. And Miss Price is what she did. She ran to the church because the church has a basement. And she lived maybe about not even a block away from it. So she was running there, and the wind picked her up and threw her up against the tree. And then there was something else that fell on top of her there. And that family still continues to live in our neighborhood, and others that were hurt. I have a cousin. Her mom was on the loop, and it took her. And she was coming from work, trying to get home to the kids, and she died. But then I can't recall of people that have actually had to go to the hospital. But a lot of people that survived it because they were in small closets. And I mean, I always remember that force of the if you're outside, really that's a bad place to be, because everybody kept saying, go down this street on 3rd Street off of Avenue K, and you're going to see a Coca-Cola bottle stuck halfway into the telephone pole. And that's amazing that tornado can have that much force and to be able to do something like that.
What was the most significant change you saw in Lubbock after the tornado?
I think that for a while probably there was a lot more cohesiveness in trying to do something for each other. I don't know, because after the tornado and after I got married, I left for a long while. But I think that there was an initial sense of unity, and that we got to help each other, and perhaps maybe now not as much as there was then, but I do feel that there was a sense of urgency to help each other at that time.
Where were you when the tornado hit?
I was at home in my backyard. I worked for Channel 11 News. I had been on dayside duty, which meant I had to take a car and a camera home with me at night and be on call. And sometime after this hit, the guy at the station called me and said, "Why don't you go downtown if you can find it?" So I went downtown sometime after 10 o'clock at night, on Monday night, May the 11th, and I got back home on Wednesday about noon.
So did you witness the tornado, or did you learn about it from somebody else when you were?
Now, as I recall, nobody really witnessed that tornado. That thing formed so quickly and right here that, no, I didn't see it. I don't know that anybody did. It just hit.
So where did you live at the time?
Not far from Lubbock High School, that part of town. And it apparently came close to us, but didn't hit our neighborhood exactly.
So what did you do immediately after the tornado? Did you grab your camera and...
The camera and everything was in the car. And I drove downtown and parked someplace along Avenue Q because you couldn't drive on in. The streets were blocked with debris and power lines and junk. It was a matter of getting out and walking.
So, did you know anyone who was injured in the tornado? Did you personally know anyone?
Yeah, I knew a few people who had minor injuries. I didn't know any of those who were killed or the serious injuries, but a few people.
Okay, what was your role, or were you involved in any of the emergency responses?
No, I was entirely occupied with news coverage.
Okay. So was your main duty as far with the news station to just film what the damage?
Film it and get it back to the station for developing, because as I emphasized, the big difference was this was before videotape. Easy, handy videotape. We were shooting movie film that had to be developed, and it took time, and it had to go back to the station and be developed. And I would shoot and get film back to the station and go shoot again.
So, in your opinion, how did the city respond to the emergency? Was it quick, or how did they respond?
As I remember it, it was very good. It was pretty fast. The emergency type responders and the help for people who had been displaced and injured. They set up something in Municipal Coliseum very quickly to house people and take care of them. I think it went pretty well.
What kind of work did you observe or benefit from? Did you ever go to the auditorium and talk to any of those people?
Yes, of course.
What was your reaction to the destruction when you saw it the day after the tornado?
Well, it was that night, and then I was pretty stunned that night, and then even more so when it got daylight. I had covered a lot of tornadoes in little towns around here, and they had all been small compared to this. And this was so much stuff, and it was kind of overwhelming.
So you had seen damage from previous tornadoes before?
Yeah, in other towns, other places, but small scale compared to this.
What shocked you the most the day after when you saw all the damage? What shocked you?
Wondering how they would ever rebuild it. It's the kind of thing I feel now looking at videotape from Haiti or Chile today. How would they ever get it built again?
So, in a way, could you make the comparison between what Lubbock looked like, the destruction then, and to what, say, Haiti looks like now? Does the destruction look similar?
Yeah, immediately, down in the area where the Civic Center is now. That had been a fairly large neighborhood of little houses and such. And they were pretty well wiped out.
So, just like relief has come to Haiti from places all over the globe, how did other areas of the U.S. respond to the Lubbock tornado?
You know, I don't know about the official agencies that contributed. I know they did, Red Cross and lots of people. What I remember was how many people from around the area came in on their own, just volunteers. I had a friend in Amarillo who filled his pickup truck with big bottles of water, because our water was off, and drove it down here to the Coliseum. People came in from other towns. It was really great.
So a common underlying theme that I've seen throughout all the interviews that we've done so far is how people from West Texas come together and how good our society here is, how friendly the people are. Did you really witness that?
Yeah, I did. And one thing I remember, you'd have to, I don't know what the statistics show, but as I recall, the crime rate in that period right after the tornado was very low. I don't think there was looting much, as I recall. And yeah, I think people were helping everybody. It was good. I wish we were that good without a disaster, that friendly.
So you said you knew a couple of people who were injured in the storm. Was your home or where you worked, was any of that damaged in any way?
Nothing at my home except a couple of trees broken by high wind. The station was not. No.
What was the most significant change you saw in Lubbock after the tornado?
Oh, golly, I think a desire to rebuild well instead of just rebuilding. I think there was some emphasis on doing it right, as they did that area around the Civic Center and some of the downtown area. They tried to rebuild right instead of in a hurry.
So they took their time in building.
It took a while. It took a while.
I don't have anything else.
Ralph, take us back to that night where they called you out. Actually, it was dark.
It was black. There weren't any lights on.
You were working with film, so it was somewhat difficult to even do the job that you're asked to do.
It was very difficult. I had a handheld camera and with a light on it. Yeah. I'm sorry.
Talk about, help us out, help us visualize what you were kind of witnessing walking through the streets, because you had to pull over because you couldn't drive through the neighborhood, you couldn't drive through the main streets. Well, give us a feeling in the sense of what was out there, what looked so bad.
What I could see looked bad. There was not much light then. And one of the main things I remember, that instead of being noisy and chaotic, it was terribly quiet for a while. The sirens hadn't gotten going. I mean, ambulances and such couldn't get in there yet. It was quieter than I thought it would be. I thought it would be chaotic, and it was kind of eerie.
What is the structures? I mean, you witnessed complete neighborhoods that you were used to driving up and down, covering news.
Yes.
They were gone.
Yeah. They weren't gone. They were just flat.
They were flat.
Yeah.
What were you thinking? What was?
Where are the people? And I think everybody in news has a little bit of a conflict that you might imagine. If I saw someone hurt, do I stop and help or do I keep shooting my stuff for news? There were enough people, enough rescue people that I could go on and shoot, but you stop and think about that.
So what did you decide? What was your job?
To shoot the film. Luckily, I didn't find anybody in great danger or great pain, and there were people around. But that would have been a conflict, a decision to make.
Talk about some of the neighborhoods and some of the areas of town you actually had to go shoot the next morning to. What areas of town did you saw that had damage?
Well, it's the whole area where the Civic Center and the Mahon Library and those things are now, because they decided after the tornado to clear those and build a Civic Center. And that was the main thing. That used to be a very active, well-populated neighborhood.
What else did you end up shooting that night? Do you remember?
Oh.
I'm sure they had you all over town.
Yeah, the worst of it to shoot was downtown, and there was an area out near the Lubbock Country Club that was damaged. Homes were damaged, fairly nice houses that were damaged. And yeah, after that it gets to be kind of a blur.
First, where were you when the tornado hit?
Actually, me along with 8 members of my family were in our home the night that it hit.
Can you describe the experience?
Wow. It's something that compares to nothing that you could ever imagine. Needless to say, it was very scary. And seeing it actually coming through the window and then just having enough time for the family to gather in the hall, and then everything flew apart. Thinking when we were knocked over whether I was dead or not, because I probably passed out for a little bit. But it was almost, it's like, is this really happening type experience. It was very, very scary.
So where exactly did you take cover?
We actually just had enough time for us to all run to the hall. As soon as all the members of the family reached our hall, right inside of the bathroom door, everything started collapsing. So fortunately, it served as a cave. After everything fell on us, it actually protected us too. So we just had time to gather.
So you say you were with your family. Was there anybody else?
Yeah, my immediate family, my mother, my siblings, and my grandmother was with us at the time. My father was working. He was the only one that was not there. But there were 8 of us that were there that night.
So you say the building collapsed. So was it very effective in the storm? Or how did the building handle during the storm?
Can you rephrase that? I'm sorry.
The building that you're in.
Our home?
Yes. How did it handle in the storm?
How did it hold up? Oh, okay. Actually, after our family reached the hall, I turned to my left and actually saw the kitchen wall fly in and hit us. And actually, I think that's what knocked us down. After it was all said and done, there was probably just one wall standing and the bathroom door, which is actually how we got out. We opened the bathroom door, everything was leveled, the bathtub was there, and that was it. So actually, we lost everything.
What did you do immediately after the storm?
Immediately after the storm, obviously, we had to realize that it was actually over because we actually felt the 3 tornadoes come and go. So we were very still after the last one to make sure it was over. And then started to try moving around. And like I said, we were right in front of the bathroom doors, so can't even remember who opened the door and saw that it was open. But with nothing there, we weren't sure what to do. But almost immediately after, we heard yells from down the street. Some of our neighbors' homes were not even touched, so they had already started going out and looking and all. I remember hearing the crackling of the wires in the street, which was very scary. And we responded to them. You know, I'm sure it took a while, but it seemed almost immediate that they got us out. We went down to their house, which was just half a block down. But still kind of in a stupor. It's thinking, I mean, is this really happening? Because it was just far beyond anything I could ever imagine.
Describe the emergency response to the tornado.
It's hard for me to really measure the emergency response. I guess what I remember most is that we really didn't have a warning that it was coming. I think as a result of that, those things have, you know, improved by leaps and bounds and are great now. But emergency response, I can think of in days after that, that we had help extended to us at the Coliseum. You know, I can't tell you which entities were set up. I was a teenager, so I didn't pay attention to details, but there were entities set up to provide, you know, cots, food, whatever individuals needed. We were fortunate that neighbors did take us in and helped us out. But overall, as always, Lubbock is known for there was an overwhelming response from citizens and entities to help those of us that had been affected.
Could you elaborate, what kind of actions did you see the responders taking?
Actually, again, it's really different when you're on the victim side, for lack of a better term. But what I had access to, like I said, I mean, they were there to meet the needs of the individuals that had lost what they had or had been affected somewhat. I didn't personally need any of the direct attention, but some of my family members did and went to the Coliseum for medical attention because it wasn't anything major. Other than that, that's the knowledge I have of it, knowing that the services were available for my family.
In the weeks and months following the tornado, were you involved in the cleaning up of the city?
Being a teenager still, that wasn't my initial response and all. I was still trying to get a grip with what had actually happened. So no, I was not involved in anything. I was just trying to think through what I had actually gone through and experienced, and the fact of having to deal with having lost everything. And you know, at that age, you're pretty impressionable. So for several days after that, those weren't the things that I was focusing on.
How, in your opinion, did the city respond to the emergency?
In most recent years, I've been able to look back at some history and, you know, some footage and all of the things that were done, and have been very impressed and proud to see what all was done after the fact. Not having been involved directly with that process at that time makes me feel really good to see the efforts that were put in. And then also, you know, the great successes that we had as a consequence of that, and being able to have the Civic Center built and all such a thing, and just the good things that came out of that. And even though 26 lives were lost, and that was tragic and still, you know, brings those memories back, I think if we focus on the good and the way that Lubbock responded, as it always does, I mean, just really brings a good feeling about that whole experience.
How was your reaction to the destruction you saw after the tornado?
You know, my reaction was one of disbelief. I could not even imagine that a tornado could do such damage. There was a showroom down the street from where I lived, the corner, that had been recently built, that was out of metal and glass. I mean, it was in shreds. I mean, the iron beams and all were twisted and turned, and I could not believe it. Even just getting out of my house and looking around and seeing everything flattened our next door neighbor's house was lifted and turned on its side. And I mean, it was just hard to believe. It's things that you always hear of, that happen somewhere else. But when you see it firsthand and are affected directly by it, it's just unbelievable. Unbelievable is the way I can describe it.
How did you go about rebuilding your home?
We were fortunate again that for the first few weeks, we stayed with friends, church friends, and then we were actually placed in temporary housing, I assume through a city program, until we were able to rebuild. And we actually rebuilt in the same location that our house was located before. And I can't tell you how long it took. I mean, I have no concept of the time there, but I like to focus on how good it felt to have a new home instead of having lost, what I knew as my home. But it was great. It was phenomenal. And those feelings that I had, bad feelings, uncertainty was replaced with joy when those things came to pass and we were able to have a new home.
How did the tornado experience change you personally?
I realized in the first days after it happened, the first few weeks, that I was blessed that I wasn't one of the 26, that if you saw our house after it was over, you would have thought there was nothing or no one under that little cave of lumber. But I knew at the time that there was a purpose in my life. And for what reason or for how long, I didn't know. But even at that impressionable teenage age, I thought through a lot of things and make me look at things a lot differently. I think it brought a new level of maturity and also a spirit of gratefulness, because we were helped so much by individuals that never would even know us. We lost everything, so everything was replaced from donations, that individuals gave until we were able to, get in our home and all. But it made a definite impression in my life to see people respond to those in need. And in that situation, I fell in that category. So it made a very big difference in my life.
How did the tornado change the city of Lubbock?
Well, as I alluded to earlier, we were able to see, the Civic Center come to fruition and some other things for the betterment of downtown. Not only that, some of the individuals, especially in the Guadalupe area and such, were able to rebuild their homes, and it resulted in something much greater for them. That even though there was a loss, there was a blessing behind that, in that they were able to rebuild and stay in their communities. And, it was a positive impact after that initial disaster.
That's all I have.
I usually add a few questions. Where exactly was your home?
On 6th Street and Avenue R, right behind the Pancake House.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And so you said you didn't have much time, obviously, to get in the hallway. Were you listening to the radio, or how did you just know the storm was getting worse? Or?
Actually, I was on the phone with my boyfriend, who is now my husband after 36 years. And I was looking out the window, and, the light pole was almost totally turned over from the wind. And I think what was the catalyst is that we lost, I don't think total power, but the television went out. So I and the others from the other part of the house came together because they felt something. And immediately after that, the windows busted out, and then the kitchen wall came and everything. So I think all of us just sensed, it's like, okay, something's about to happen. Yeah.
We could talk just a little bit more about, as the tornadoes were passing over. I mean, we've heard from a lot of people that said they were in the home praying or just holding on to their families. Just a little bit more about what that was like.
Absolutely. When our family came together in the hall and were knocked down, I think, like I said, I kind of passed out for a little bit because I remember thinking, am I dead? And it was the cries of my baby sister that kind of brought me to again. And, you know, there was such a sense of anxiety and panic. My brother actually tried to stand up while everything was going on because he just panicked, you know. But, I mean, we were literally in a cave, all 8 of us just clinging to each other. And Mom had us kind of, the older ones have the younger ones in front of us as we fell. So we were just all together and obviously praying and clinging to each other, you know, because I don't know why I'm getting so emotional today, because we really didn't know, you know, what was about to happen. All we knew was something that was unfamiliar, you know, and we clung to each other for dear life, absolutely.
So you said that some family members did have to go to the Coliseum. Was everyone in your home okay, or did you have some injuries there?
Yes, my grandmother had minor injuries, nothing major at all. I had a bump on my head that I didn't attend then until much later and discovered I had some glass embedded, and my brother had cuts on his face from a cabinet door just opening and closing on that. But other than that, I mean, that was really the extent of it. Mm-hmm.
And so you stayed with friends and family?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Friends, the church friends?
Right. First, our neighbors down the street, we kind of were there the night of. And then again, not remembering the timeline, we then stayed at some church friends' homes until then we were able to be placed in temporary housing.
So where were you going to school at the time?
Thompson Junior High.
Did you go back to school?
I did. And wow, this is an emotional day. I'm sorry, I usually don't do this. Went back to junior high, and the school was affected too, you know, not in a huge way, you know, loss of glass windows and such as that. But I will always remember my science teacher took me out of one of my classes, took me outside and told me to listen to the birds. And she said, you know, listen to that, you know, and that means everything's going to be okay. And what's so interesting about that particular day is that I remember what I was wearing. I mean, it's one of those impressionable moments that I'll never forget, and just her words and telling me that I knew it was going to be okay.
Obviously, it's devastating to lose your house, but was there anything in particular, you know, some photo album or anything else that just, you know, things that aren't replaceable with donations or money and, you know, whatever. Was there anything that you just particularly...
Yeah, actually, just a few days before, I had gone to my 9th grade banquet, and Mom had made me a new dress and everything, and then days later, we found it. It was blown out in the yard somewhere. But that was one of the first things that came to mind. And also, it was around the Easter holidays, and my boyfriend had gotten me a big stuffed bunny that was sitting on my bed, and I thought of that too. That one we didn't find. It flew away. But yeah, just those little mementos that were most recent on my mind. And, you know, in the whole scheme of things weren't that important, but yet I thought of, you know, at that moment. But besides that, you know, nothing big of value or anything. The fact that all of us came out alive was awesome.
Just one last question. Did you know anyone, friends or family, church members, anyone else that was seriously injured?
Yeah, we actually, our church that I attended was First Spanish Assembly of God Church. It was in Guadalupe neighborhood, which was the area that was mostly devastated. We totally lost our church. The pews were in shreds. You know, we lost everything. And right next to the church was one of the families that attended there, and one of those ladies was killed in the tornado, one of our church members.